Hey,
Is
everybody.
anybody rolling in person?
Welcome to One Shot Wednesdays. It's your boy, GrowedUpGeek, also known as Manny. I'm your host and Dungeon Master this evening, and we are back again with our weekly show with our amazing rotating players. We've got a nice little group that just kind of subs around, which is awesome. We get to play with the same people, and they get to play new characters. And I get to tell stories that don't have to ramble on for weeks and months. Everybody wins. So yeah, tonight we're going to present. We're going to keep going with our Candlekeep mysteries, kind of a thing. I think we have the rest of this month in June for Candlekeep mysteries. In July, we are going to be switching to things to do with Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, which just came out yesterday. And then after that, we're going to move to this big thing we've been promoting. Hold on. So, oops, there we go. Oops, hold on. Can't get mute the stream. There we go. We're going to be moving on to this big thing we've been kind of promoting since we started this show, which is we're calling Assault on Mount Celestia. It's going to be a 4, maybe 5-part level 15 kind of mini narrative that we're really excited about. And we hope you guys are too. We're going to promote the hell out of it between now and June, July, August. So a little bit of ways, but still going to put it on your radar. All right, so let's meet our amazing returning players. Everybody back again, which hopefully speaks to how much fun they have here because I love having them. And we'll start let's start with the first couple of this channel. Ladies first, we will start with Summer. Tell us about Sora.
Yeah, so Sora is a dragonborn fighter, and she's a little jaded
All
with
right.
everything.
So grumpy charisma.
Yep.
I love it. They're really charming, but somehow standoffish at the same time. I totally relate, so I get it. Awesome. Let's go upstairs to her other half. I won't say better because I want her to like me. You're just stuck with me, bro. Nick, tell us about Naxth.
Naxth is a kobold barbarian with a penchant for mischief, but he really just wants to do right by everybody. And that's why he left the kobold way because they just wanted to hurt everybody. He doesn't want to hurt everybody.
Not everybody. Sometimes I don't choose violence. All right, let's slide over to Tim, who for the first time is going to be bringing a character we have seen before, just scaled down dramatically in some kind of weird, odd Westworld timeline kind of thing. Reintroduce everybody to Lauraunce.
So I am going to be playing Lauraunce, the Furbolg Ranger. He is on a mission to avenge his or save his family who are locked behind a gate to the Feywild, and he's been wandering the plains looking for a way to save them. And he's probably not going to find it here in Candlekeep, but he's got to do whatever he needs to do to keep moving. So
Uh,
we'll be revisiting Laurence. He was in the I think the Avernus,
Alcazar's
no,
appendix.
Alcazar's Appendix
Yeah.
game, where he appeared as like a level 15 character and kicked some major monster ass. We're gonna
Everybody
see
did.
him in a punier form,
It's
still in his diapers,
So
a
sucking his
prequel.
thumb.
yeah, at least the monsters will get to do something this time. Hey, we have
Yeah.
these big dramatic encounters. No, no, you don't. So yeah, we won't speak of that. That's trauma. That's what we're talking about. All right, let's go down to Andrew, who brought the charming swashbuckler rogue Cicero, who was good with kids ish. The last time we
tried to kill him.
yeah, until he threatened her. Ah!
So this time around, I am bringing Samson of the Dawn, who is an Aasimar divine soul sorcerer, who on the DL doesn't actually know that he's an Aasimar, just thinks that he's weird, and flunked out of priest school, and now is kind of wandering, trying to find himself.
I'm naturally gifted. I don't need to study this.
So,
Yeah, love it. All right, so charisma. Strength and Dex/Wisdom looks like our saving throws to avoid this evening. I'm Manny, at GrowedUpGeek on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube. Please go ahead and find us on all of those platforms. Give us a like, sub, follow, whatever your acknowledgement of choice is over there. Thank you for tuning in, as always. And yeah, so let's jump right into it. So tonight we present A Deep and Creeping Darkness from Candlekeep Mysteries. As always, it is kind of a lovely day in Candlekeep. Our four adventurers find themselves just sitting around in the court of air, where the scholars kind of put the adventurers when they're not doing the tasks laid out before them. This party kind of fresher to Candlekeep, and the tasks laid forth by the scribes are sitting around. Birds flying overhead. Somebody might be traumatized by that. And just a kind of lovely spring sunny day in Candlekeep. The party is going to just be kind of milling about. They're expecting an assignment today from their kind of liaison from the Order of Scribes and the kind of high up scholars of Candlekeep. A charming divination wizard by the name of Algernon Altana. In the meantime, while the party waits, we're going to get everybody to give us a nice description of what their character looks like and how they're kind of passing the time waiting for their assignment. We will start with Lauraunce. It's a pretty day. There's like a cafe, and just kind of milling about. Some of the low-level scholars seem to be kind of enjoying the day outside. Some of the lower-level like acolytes and people who are literally just scribes, not in the like high title sense, but all they do is write. Everybody's sitting around. Why don't you go ahead and describe Lauraunce and what he's up to?
So Lauraunce is your average furbolg, equipped in leather. Actually, I think he's got scale armor on today, and he is kind of hunched over on a bench in the court of air, with a kind of like a utility knife and a chunk of wood. Looks like a branch that he's just whittling away at. Being a little antisocial, Lauraunce generally keeps to himself and doesn't talk unless he feels the need to. But he does kind of raise his head, almost in confusion, and thinks aloud. It's a little deja vu. It's like I've been here before. Huh. He goes back to whittling.
All right. So whittling away, like people do. I will also say you guys so far seem to be the most normal party that would be hired by the library. The last adventuring parties have just been an absolute shit show, in a good way. But still, you guys seem well adjusted so far. Let us go down to Samson. Like I said, it's a pretty day. You see your little furbolg companion whittling away, kind of off on his own. What does Samson look like, and what is he up to?
So Samson is basically kind of as leitmotify as he can be. So he's kind of in long floor length, kind of stark white with gold colored trim robes. His hair is like pin white and kind of pin straight shoulder length, also like white blonde. His eyes are as close to white as they can be in a shade of blue. And is kind of like, you almost think that he's glowing at all times. And kind of hung around his neck, he has this kind of large symbol of a sunrise. So he kind of like generally kind of like think of Gandalf the White, but like straight out of college. And so he's just kind of
Gandalf the Green, right?
Yeah. Is going to kind of find a bench, possibly next to Lauraunce, kind of where there is like kind of a beam of sun, and kind of sit basking in the warmth of the sun and eyes closed in prayer.
Gandalf the bro.
Sup, bruh?
Getting off the chill.
Bro, man, like, I just took philosophy. There's a lot of books you should read, man. All
Heard of
right.
this guy called Nietzsche?
Yeah. This guy could Nietzsche. I don't know. It's too above you. It's fine. I read about it freshman year. It'd change your life. All right. Let's go to Nyx. Sitting around. Your sorcerer seems to be kind of in contemplation. The ranger seems to be whittling away. What is Naxth doing?
Naxth, ever the restless little fella, standing just shy of 3 feet and 40 pounds, but walking and carrying himself with an aura as though he thinks he's much, much taller than that, tends to brashly like to play cool, like he doesn't think anybody's watching, but he's definitely hoping somebody's watching as he tries practicing flail swings. Because he's still trying to get the hang of missing with a flail and not accidentally hitting himself.
All right, yeah, safety first.
Always.
He's
got Z87 safety goggles on.
Is it scaled down for a kobold, or is he like two hands?
It is not.
Oh, okay.
No,
so
it's he's got it in one hand and a shield. He's all in.
Okay. Separated shoulder coming up. Got it. Tommy John surgery. Your
tennis elbow at the least.
Yeah, your kobold's going to be on the shelf for 3 months. They put him on the IR. All right. Let's finish up with potentially the adult of the group, but who knows? Summer. So you got your kobold friend trying mostly not to injure himself. Your sorcerer kind of basking in the sunlight, and your ranger whittling away at a tree. What's Sora doing? What's she look like?
Sora is tall, and while she stands out, she doesn't like interacting with people very much, so she's going to try to like hide back in the corners where she can, and fail miserably because she's tall, she's green, she shines, she's wearing half plate, so there's a lot of shiny stuff on her in addition to the scales. And first and foremost, she is laughing a lot at Naxth. And his attempts to play around with that flail. Also, if there is any sort of game of dice or cards, she is hovering around that and muttering under her breath about how stupid everybody is with the moves that they're making, and they would be so much smarter if they were doing things her way.
Okay. Some of the scholars see you kind of peering in on what appears to be their kind of game of academic spades. Most of them kind of give you like the shoulder block, so that they feel intimidated despite their intelligence and seeming grasp of the game. As everybody kind of hangs out, Sora harassing card players, Naxth trying not to hurt himself, Samson basking in God's glory, maybe, or just a sunlight, and Lauraunce hurting a tree in a place of books. I don't know if that's good or bad. The big gates that separate the two kind of sections of Candlekeep open. They're probably 60 feet wide for the whole gate structure, two 30-foot gates, about 20 feet high. And when they open, everybody in the court of air can hear them. They are just this heavy metal, just... And the doors open, and out comes a little man... little compared to the gates. He's an average-sized human from the island of Chult, for those, or the region of Chult, for those aware of what a Chultan looks like. Kind of dark skin, beard, young, and in all of your encounters with him before, he's been known to speak and walk very quickly. Today, he seems to be in an especial hurry. And as he slowly makes his way, or quickly makes his way, in his kind of tropical bird-colored robes, he secretly kind of makes eye contact with everybody, or tries to. And as he's making the long walk from the gate to the little cafe where you are, kind of makes a motion for everybody to huddle up. And he seems quite like insistent on it, even though he still has quite a distance to cover on foot.
Samson has had his eyes closed this whole time, so he's completely oblivious to what's going on.
Lauraunce nudges Samson on the bench next to him and says,
Oh. Yeah?
Mint's acting kind of funny.
Naxth is just eager for something to happen.
So, Al kind of makes his way up. Hi, good afternoon. I know that usually I'm in kind of a hurry and I have to ramble about all kinds of legal things and everything. We covered that in your waivers of liability earlier in your employment here, so there's no need to go over that. If you have any questions, please refer to your signed, notarized, and blood-marked contract with us here.
Still hurts, by the way.
I know they were a little gentle. It was his first day. We do apologize. And as he kind of stands there, he has like a book in his hands. It's just a plain brown cover without any kind of script on it or anything. And on the spine, all it says in gold, like embossed, is a deep and creeping darkness. And he holds it like kind of close, seeming kind of secure against his chest. So yes, I know you were expecting an assignment today, and if everybody is ready, this book is a particular pet project of mine. As a diviner, I like to know things. And this book, written several years ago and has been in our possession for just as long. We've been scouring it for years, trying to glean new information as to what happened to these people. And in my research a couple of days ago, a few new passages appeared in the book. And in this deserted town, my divinations tell me that there is movement. We would, of course, be obliged if you were to travel to the town of Vermilion and investigate what happened to its people and where they all went. Still kind of holding the book like very securely to his chest. I like to pretend that there's an option. The terms of your contract say kind of otherwise. So
Yeah, we got it. We're fine with it. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Sounds like some people need some help, and we should be there.
Well, they needed help. There's nobody there. The town's been abandoned for probably 40 years.
Even better. Let's go.
The movement is what we're concerned about. Oh, very good. I love your enthusiasm. A mystery that has waited 30 years will be solved soon enough. Pulls the book out, kind of looks at it, strokes it like lovingly. Okay, well, I'll see you when you return. And he opens the book, and a kind of like glittery cloud kind of envelops everybody, like a silverish white with a very sharp shine to it. Just fills the air with this kind of metallic particulate material, and within a couple minutes after your eyes kind of readjust, you realize it's no longer daytime and you are no longer in the court of air at the Candlekeep library. You stand in this dilapidated, rundown town, surrounded by mountains, very isolated. And just as Al explained to you, the town appears absolutely deserted. A couple of buildings seeming to stick out more so than others. Most of them just appear to be rundown dwellings of the inhabitants before they fled. we're going to go ahead and throw the map up here. So here's the town. You guys are going to be on the south end. I can throw it in the chat as well. Okay. It's in the Discord chat as well for everybody to be able to see it larger. Directly in front of you is a giant dead, almost like husk of a tree in front of a large, probably the largest kind of structure in the town. That's basically dead in front of you. And then off to, like from the main road where you stand, there appear to be odd footprints that aren't like boots or sandals. They look kind of large and have, like, in addition to, kind of the foot itself, have like 3 very distinct like puncture points in the dirt in front of all the footprints. And it seems to be kind of a little like commotion, maybe 1 or 2 of them, and then they kind of split off. One of them to the left, and one of them kind of keeps going to like the large house. It's nighttime. Everybody's kind of dark. Everything is dark. The town's not illuminated in any way. And there's still enough light out. The sun hasn't quite set. But there's a feeling of dread and like ominousness from, like, it's creepy looking. It's a deserted town. It's nighttime. There's a dead tree. There's weird footprints on the floor. And for a town that's supposed to be deserted, there probably shouldn't be new footprints.
Lauraunce would like to make a survival check to see if he can identify the footprints.
Okay.
As he's doing that, I'm just going to ask around. My friends, are we concerned about being quiet? Because if not, I can make this much more comfortable. Well, not quiet, but not seen.
Since we don't know what we're dealing with, I don't know if we need to be quiet yet, but I think it behooves us to step carefully.
I rolled a 13 on that check, by the way.
It is what kind of ranger are you?
Fey Wanderer.
It would remind you, you know that these tracks are not of anything from this plane. You believe in your studies of the Fey that there are Fey creatures who would leave a footprint like this, but not enough to be sure that this is X creature.
Might be Fey. Not sure.
Hey.
They said it was abandoned. Lovely. Well, I think we first need to start checking out these houses, making sure it actually is abandoned, other than whatever it is that's creating these giant footprints. Who wants to take the house to the left?
Well, do we want to check the big one? I feel like that might be a good place to start.
Let's check the big one.
Okay. As you kind of make your way up the road, you notice like a kind of like deafening silence. There's no wind, no like kind of ambient animal sounds or insects or anything. It's just dead still quiet. This enormous dead tree just kind of sits in front of this large house, either through lack of care. Recent rains have kind of set the position of the tree almost to appear as if it's on an island, as it is surrounded by this kind of just awful, stagnant, still water. Some algae. It's got a weird kind of stagnant water smell to it. And at this time of the year, with this stagnant water, you would most likely expect mosquitoes or some kind of insects, and still nothing.
Before we get to the house, I wouldn't mind checking this tree.
Okay.
Uh, so can I'm gonna go up and just kind of see if I can. I can kind of like place a palm on the tree and see if I can kind of like feel. I'm not a druid or anything, but like feel if I can feel any life force as like a clerical magic, or just kind of see what happened to it. Maybe kind of like if it looks lightning strikey, if it looks life force out of it.
If give me nature or religion. I'll take a religion check on.
Ooh, I can do a religion check.
I bet you can.
That's fantastic. 14.
It gives off this kind of. It doesn't appear to have been struck by lightning or anything. A lot of the town appears like overgrown, like you would expect from a town being abandoned. So plant life does not have a problem flourishing in this town without inhabitants. Something about this tree just seems to emanate a kind of like dreaded, kind of negative emotional like response. Like this tree's been through pain, or it's experienced pain, or it's reflecting maybe what has happened to the people of this town.
Okay.
As you kind of do that, you put your hand on it, you get your feelings for it. A little bit of the bark kind of collapses. It's really brittle and crumbly. And out comes a little locket. To my wife. On it's an inscription. To my wife, I hope that we will one day be together again. Until then, I will leave this token by your favorite tree, where we sat, where we fell in love, and where we raised our children, in the hopes that after this life, you may come and claim it. It's a big locket.
Is there a name at the bottom? Any sort of name? Any engraving around it?
It says to my wife Tifra.
Tifra?
Tifra.
Tifra. All right, I'm going to grab that and kind of delicately kind of wrap the chain so it doesn't get tangled and put that in my bag.
Okay. The house kind of still stands before you. As Samson's kind of investigating this tree. Everybody else, kind of keeping a defensive lookout just in case. Yeah.
I don't trust that he's not going to get attacked.
I'm watching him. So as you kind of just glance about, head on a swivel, every single one of you senses like the slightest hint of a movement. It is always just like outside of your peripheral. But almost everybody is kind of like constantly moving, chasing this sensation of not being able to shake the fact that you feel like something is moving out there. The giant house still kind of stands before you. Big wooden door, kind of, like the rest of the town, kind of in disrepair. But as you look at this once grand kind of estate, you would surmise that it's definitely of somebody who was important. And it is one of the few structures that, like I said, is not missing like a big section of the wall, or the roof hasn't completely collapsed.
I say we head in. I've got nothing left to talk to this tree about.
Let's do it.
All right. As you kind of make your way like towards the house, off in the distance to your left, you're going to see a little bit of kind of a wrought iron fence with a big tall archway gate off in the corner, kind of a contrast to this small kind of settlement with nothing but basically rectangular structures. Next to that is going to be it looks like a wagon cart, missing its pole animals, so it's just kind of tilted forward. There appears to be a like a piece of canvas thrown over whatever the cargo is. And off on the other side of the house to the right, you see the road kind of meander off through like what looks to be a mountain pass, just kind of off into the rocks. And as you come to the front door, once again, everybody is going to get a sensation like something has moved in the windows. That kind of quick peek. Most of them appear boarded up. And if somebody was to be on the inside, they would only be staring at you through like gaps in the boards.
Before we go charging through this front door, Sora wants to go to the nearest window and see if she can peek through any gaps in the boards to see inside the house, kind of see what we might be looking at.
Okay. There appear to be windows, 3 on either of the sides, 6 on the front wall that you are facing, and then 4 windows in the back of the house. All of them, Sora's tall, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so she'd be able to, they're kind of high off the ground and everything, but she'd be able to see through all of the windows that have like the slightest little crack. The inside appears very dark. The only light appears to be what's left of the sunlight, kind of radiating through the gaps in the boards that you're looking at. It is a grand kind of estate. Every room seems to have like a distinct and different purpose from any of the others. Everything's covered in dust. And give me a perception check as you kind of look.
Seven.
You're not sure because of how dark it is. It does look like the dust is not like evenly settled across every surface. Along the floors, there do appear to be like the same way you'd see traffic, like from room to room, the kind of corridors and everything. There seems to be almost like a track through the dusty floor inside.
All right. So if we're going to bust through this front door, we're going to have to be ready.
Well,
Naxth is always ready.
I can help with any advantage they might have, and just as soon as we get in, I'll light the place up. Like literally, not figuratively.
So we burned the house down. We didn't really solve the mystery, but it's not creepy anymore. You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate being able to see.
We'll illuminate.
It's hard to hide behind buildings when there are no more buildings.
Do you get partial cover for smoking rubble? I don't know. Let's ask. So, yeah, everybody won't quite put you inside yet. Like I said, these kind of double wooden doors, they seem kind of heavy. Engraved into them seems to be a crest, on both doors with the kind of symmetrical middle where the doors open. And at the bottom, it says Manor Duvezin. Duvezin.
I'm just gonna try, just so I can illuminate things, see if the door is locked already. Like try to push it open.
Okay. It is not locked. More than anything, over the course of time, the wood expands and shrinks. The hinges kind of come loose. So the door needs a little bit of effort to open, but it kind of swings open with like a creak, but not all the way. The hinges are rusty, so it just kind of partially opens. In between the double doors, you can see dust-covered, wide hallway, cloaks that appear hung on like hooks just on the inside, moth holes in them. Left and right, you see two hallways kind of split off, and in front of you, a giant set of elegant wooden stairs.
Okay, just as I'm just gonna take a step inside, cast light on the tip of my staff, and light the place up.
Okay. As your staff lights up and you, kind of one of these into the room and then put it out in front of you? As you do that, everybody give me a perception check, please.
Nope. 5.
14.
Okay.
9.
15.
All right. Lauraunce is going to feel that sensation of being watched again. This time it's going to be coupled with a kind of creepy feeling that you heard something upstairs. Like a kind of shuffling and mostly like a kind of scratching on the floor.
Lauraunce doesn't speak, but he makes a kind of points upstairs. Does a little like.
All right, so you're gonna push your way in after the. We're gonna throw the map up on stream and in the Discord for everybody. So as you kind of push your way in, like I said, it's kind of grand foyer. All the walls, everything is very well appointed. Nothing looks like this house was like abandoned and given up on. Everything aside from being old, you can imagine would have been exactly where it is right now all these years later, as it was when the house and the town were populated and thriving.
You said we all heard something coming from upstairs?
Just Lauraunce. Everybody's
Okay.
going to feel that sense of being watched and that kind of movement thing that everybody should be paranoid about. And I'll keep beating that horse until you are. Lauraunce.
How about the footprints that we were following in here?
You lose them around the kind of moat around the tree, and inside, as kind of Sora saw, the dust does not appear to be like evenly dispersed across like all the surfaces. There definitely appears to be a kind of like pathway, like something has moved or is constantly moving through the space.
And does that space that looks cleared of dust include the staircase?
It does. It does not include the like entryway. The path seems only from like room to room, as best you could tell, and through the entryway. But at no point does it look like they're from like the trail to or from the door that you just came in through.
Lauraunce is going to make a let's see, maybe a survival check to look for other signs of movement in the house other than the floors. So the walls, the chairs, anything that he can see without having to move too far from where he is.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a hand with that and cast guidance on you.
And that will boon me how? Is it
Extra 1d4 to your roll.
D4? I don't have one of those in front of me because I leave all my D4s on the floor. All right, it's gonna be an 11
With the D4?
with the D4.
Wow.
My D20 roll was not very good.
Okay. You don't really see too much. There does appear to be like a spot in one of the upper corners of one of the rooms, like where the walls and the ceiling meet in that corner, that has these kind of almost like water stains on each of the walls.
And why does Lauraunce think that this is an indication of movement or presence in the home?
There, one of the trails there's a big spot of like less dusty floor underneath that corner.
So it seems Lauraunce is drawing a connection between the cleared dust spots. Well, this is new. I don't know. I think the something wet and moldy about this situation.
Favorite kind. Samson is just going to, like, as this is going on, is going to try to maybe subtly just like position himself in between everybody else. So he's not like an outlier at all.
I'm squishy.
Just kind of like I'm just illuminating it, like just kind of like holding like a torch, like my staff up like a torch. Just getting general light.
Are you still going to be standing in the kind of entryway and illuminating like as big of a kind of space as possible?
Yeah, well, just wherever Lauraunce needs light to look at the tracks. I'm just gonna kind of try to be Laurance's flashlight.
Okay.
Yeah, can we follow? So I don't know. Lauraunce wants to kind of follow the path that he's tracing across the floors and ceiling, and if it means that he's gonna have to wander upstairs, then he'll alert the party that that's what we're gonna do. But
I'll be right there with you.
he's just not gonna go upstairs without reasoning that there's he wants to know more about these footprints and these water stains.
As far as the map goes, the trail seems heaviest between H's 2, 3, and 4. H2 is where the odd, wet, water-stained corner is going to be.
H2O?
It's going to be the southeast corner of H2. And in that room, there is a podium and a bunch of chairs all kind of facing the podium, which is on like a little like 8-inch kind of stage, rising it above everybody. Behind the podium, there appears to be a very large gold seal, like a symbol, not like an art seal. And on the bottom it says official seal of the city of Vermilion.
It's like a press gathering room.
Can I walk over and see if there's anything, like if there's anything on, or is there like a lectern?
There is.
Is there anything on there? Any sort of text? There
are some parchment with somewhat faded writing. It's entirely covered in like a thick layer of dust. The top sun faded and just kind of damaged. you can barely make out like kind of the letterhead of the city, and barely make out the words "official proclamation of the mayor."
And I can't read what that proclamation
The
is.
first
That's
page.
faded.
The first page. No. The second
And
page.
If I flip through.
The second page talks about a mining disaster. Basically, we will all prevail after this disaster. As you kind of go through all of the pages, it seems as it. Give me an investigation roll before I just tell you.
That's a natural 20.
Okay.
Plus 1. 21.
So with your supreme investigative skills, you can piece together that there seems to be essentially a mining cave-in this town, and that is kind of the inciting action, most likely for the kind of town being abandoned. The documents, as they kind of progress in order, the dates appear to be anywhere from 15 to 30 days apart, and they all seem to be kind of touching on the same subject, but as they progress along in time, the matters just seem to become more and more dire. It was just, first one is, hey, there's this mine collapse and it's very tragic. Second one is, we will rebuild our economy after the collapse of this mine. We will, remember all of our loved ones who died in the disaster. And
Economy first, though.
yeah. We got to keep it going. If we don't open the stores, the mine collapse wins.
So the seal of the town of Vermilion is on the wall.
It's on the wall.
What does the seal look like?
It is a very large, beautiful tree, a mining pick, and what looks like, a metal ingot bar.
I'm starting to think that maybe mining was important to this town.
Starting to think that we might want to check out the mine.
Starting to think I might be stealing some ingots.
I'm gonna pocket the pages.
Okay. All right. In H3, another one of the rooms where the trail kind of leads to, there's a table with 4 chairs. One of them appears much nicer than the others. And behind that chair is a kind of portrait. It says, and on the little plaque underneath the painting, Mayor Duvizin and his wife. Where'd it go? Hold on.
Mayor duvet cover.
And his wife Tifra, standing in a very kind of regal portrait. He's got like his nicest, flowing shirt. She's dressed very nicely.
Humans?
Yes, both of them.
How high up is this portrait?
The usual height you would expect. For you, probably a little too high. You would have to kind of stand back and crook your neck up. Sora,
Could I go up to it and try to open, like see if it's a safe?
Yeah, if you don't care too much about it, I imagine like my toddler trying to get something off the counter. The getting it off is the important part. So you kind of, reach up and kind of try to snag it off the wall. As it falls off the wall, it kind of crashes, dust kind of goes everywhere. And on the back, there's a piece of parchment, kind of adhered to it that sticks out in a contrast to the canvas that the painting is on.
Read it.
Ooh, what? Yeah, I can read common. If it says something in common, I can read that.
It is written in common.
Oh, I found something.
It's you look at the bottom. It's a signature of the kind of signatures indistinguishable, but underneath it, it does say Lord Mayor of Vermilion. As you read it, it seems to be a love letter from the mayor to his wife. It would seem it was written after she passed away. My dearest wife, I worry that I will never be able to have this town recover. The tragedies that have befallen it are more than any mayor or any man should have to deal with. The loss of this town only pales in comparison to the loss of you, and I worry I may not be able to carry on as I would have liked, and I worry that I will see you soon, but before I should.
I'm going to leave the note in the painting and ask for some help putting it back up on the wall. Tell everybody what it said, though.
Okay.
Lauraunce will help.
All right. Outside of that, it seems to go to H4, which would appear to be like a dining room. Once again, the chair at the end seems much nicer than the others. While most of the chairs are, kind of pushed in like you would when, nobody's sitting at dinner. The large ornate one at the end seems to be pushed out from the table and also not as dusty as everything else in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Anything on the walls in this room?
No. Some like a mirror, the kind of,
Just decoration.
standard decor.
Is there
Did I
anything
see-
like a? Sorry.
Nope, you go ahead. Sorry.
Is there anything like a china hutch in the
There,
room?
there is. It's like a double-doored one. Everything in it appears to be like a shiny silverish white metal. All the plates, all the flatware, even the goblets appear to be made of this metal.
Do I recognize the metal? Is it silver?
It is not silver. If you picked it up, it would be very light, and like I said, like a whitish silver color. And if you were to squeeze it, like Sora was probably to squeeze it, it would have some definite give. Like if she really squeezed the shit out of it, she might be able to like put, fingerprints in it.
Let me go ahead and pocket a couple of forks and knives.
Okay. They are not very heavy. They are exceptionally dusty and slightly tarnished, just over time.
So you said there was something with the chair that it was less dusty than it should be compared to all the other objects.
Compared to all the other ones, yes.
I walk up to it and is it like leather, wood?
It's a wooden frame with like leather cushions and leather back.
I cut open the cushions.
Okay. As you kind of stab into the cushions, you're going to notice that the cushion part of it feels sticky. In this kind of dry mountain air, especially with all this dust about, anything, kind of damp or anything should attract a ton of dust. It feels like genuinely tacky and kind of sticky as you cut into it.
I look up at the ceiling. Do I see anything?
No.
Okay.
just the kind of crown molding.
Okay.
Parts of the
But
ceiling.
nothing dripping down about to attack me?
No. This is,
Okay.
This is not the jungle, and this is not Predator.
Okay.
Lauraunce is going to pull one of the chairs away from the table so that he can stand on it and lift his hand to the ceiling and get a tactile sense of what these water stains feel like.
Okay. This it just so it's the ceiling is going to sag in places, so it's going to be essentially like plaster and boards. So the boards are going to have a little bit of sag to it. There's going to be chunks of plaster that have basically fallen, probably so long ago that they're just part of the the kind of ambient dust of the room. And just like you would expect in the house from what you saw outside, everything genuinely appears to be like water damage. You can just kind of feel where everything got wet and it's been sagging. And even as you kind of touch it, bits of the plaster crumble, and you can see like rotten wood and black mold, all kinds of things that indicate moisture in between the floors.
Nothing sticky like Naxth's rear end after taking a seat, right?
No, okay. Nothing like the water stains. And water stains is just an analogy from the other room. They're on the the kind of vertical walls.
Okay.
And then these are, like I said, they look the same, but this one's much more indicative of actual water damage.
All right. Well, as Lauraunce kind of pokes his hand up against the ceiling, some dust and plaster falls and kind of covers his eyes, and wow, it's not sticky.
Let's check upstairs.
Hey, Naxth,
Yes.
before we do that, can you check under the table and the chairs? You're small enough. I think you can squeeze under there.
Yeah, I walk
Make sure
under
there
there
are
and
no more notes.
I look for any notes in the table or underneath any of the chairs.
Okay. Under all the chairs and everything, obviously the one that
Starbucks gift card underneath one of the chairs.
A Cheerio. So as Lauraunce, the chair that he pulled out, you could clearly see like where the dust had settled around it over time. So there's this kind of like essentially bald spot now from Lauraunce pulling the chair out. Everything else, all the other chairs seem to have not moved in just as long time. The dust is all settled evenly across them. As you get to the head of the table, like on the underside of the table, there appear to be kind of wet marks. And along the floor, like where the feet would go at the head chair, it also appears kind of sticky and moist in the same way of the walls in the other room, the seat cushion, and the underside of the table as well.
And I say, that's the same sticky stuff. I don't know what it is.
I guess we better head upstairs and find out then.
Okay. Let's give you...
Got one more room to clear. Wonder why they're avoiding it. We check that one out first.
Okay.
Take a look.
Yeah. So H5 is going to be... it looks like almost like a waiting room. All of the chairs are kind of lined up back to the wall. The kind of path through the dust doesn't seem to go into this room at all. Everything is covered in like an even layer of dust, and out of everything you've seen in this house, it appears to be the only room that is probably in the exact same state as it was whenever this house was abandoned.
Can I check just the doorway? If I see anything unique about the doorway?
Like the front door?
No, the door, like the passage.
The doorway of
hall
H5.
Passageway towards H5.
Yeah. Like I said, it doesn't have a door for one, and like I said, the track just kind of goes from H4 to 3 to 2 along that path, and the kind of squares that mark the hallway seem to be kind of the boundary as far as like any disturbance in the dust on the floor.
Yeah, so is there any like sigils or carvings or anything in the doorway, like a ward of some sort?
Or anything out in the middle of the hall.
Whoever wants to check the room, give me an investigation check, and if whoever wants to check like the foyer, go ahead and give me the same.
I'll check the foyer.
Okay.
I got a nat 1 on the hall.
Sora,
This is surely
guidance.
a room.
15 on the foyer.
Okay. If you were to see this, like in real life, you would assume that whoever is making this track has no interest in either answering the door or leaving the building.
And are these the same tracks we saw outside, or do they appear different?
It's a little less descript. It's just like I said, like kind of a path cut through.
Like motion has happened here by something.
Right.
Yeah, and if it's long enough,
strong breeze has swept across the floor.
Right,
almost.
over a long enough period of time, singular solitary footsteps are just going to kind of all blend into this kind of worn path. If this was carpet, it would be the dirty part of the carpet.
Okay. To upstairs.
Okay.
What's our marching order? Should we decide like how we're gonna do this?
I'll go first.
Absolutely third place in marching order.
I'll be out in front. Naxth afraid of nothing.
Okay.
I'm happy to be second in line. That's fine by me.
Overlooking Naxth.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Sure,
Supervising.
yeah. Looming behind him.
Sora not really interested. Like, you guys go ahead, whatever. Sora, you third or in the back?
Samson, do you want to be sandwiched, or do you want to be at the very back?
You have much stronger skin than I do. I don't really want to be an outlier.
Okay. I will bring up the rear and be paying attention to anything behind us.
Okay.
And also kind of peering over Lauraunce's head, because I can probably see over his and Samson's heads. Make sure they've got it up there.
Can't see over my head.
Lauraunce is pretty tall, so you're gonna be on your tippy toes, I think, to peek over my head.
That's probably good you're not in front. Nobody can see. Hey, down in front.
Right.
So as you kind of come upstairs, the odd path through the dust definitely continues up the stairs into, let me put it up on the stream. The second floor map is also in the Discord for you all.
Yep.
As you kind of come up the stairs, you see a grand, like, landing. 1, 2, 4 doors, 2 on either side of the room. And in front of you, which would be the front of the house facing south, there is kind of like double archway for a door, no actual doors. And from what you can see, inside appears to be like a sitting room, table, some chairs, and then at least as far as you can see, benches along the side wall.
Are we still seeing are we still tracking kind of like the dust path as it goes through?
As it kind of comes up, as you come up the stairs, it is going to kind of branch off to the left and be the closest door on the east side to the stairs. So your left looking, it's going to be there, and then the room kind of opposite it, the closest door on the right, seem to be like the major kind of travel way of the trail.
And so the water stains, that the strange stains in the ceilings from below, there was one in the, I guess we can't really see it from the top of the landing, never mind.
The orientation for rooms, like upstairs and downstairs, one of them is going to be under H7.
Okay.
And then the other one under H11.
Okay.
Those are going to be the room. Those are where the rooms are in relation to the second floor.
Right, because the dining room. Okay, the dining room and the room with painting. Okay.
And do the tracks? Does the cleared dust, is it linking those same two rooms, or is it linking two other rooms?
It's mostly those two. There is something of a path to the other two doors,
Yep.
and a little bit of one to the big kind of sitting room in front of you. But the track from H7 to 11 seem to be the
Most
kind
heavily
of yeah.
traversed. Whoa.
Working on a little bit of a theory. Nax, do you? Let's check out the master bedroom.
Okay. I go barreling forward into which one is it?
11 is going to be the equivalent of the master bedroom. The door is going to be the nicest. It's going to have kind of candles off to the side, and even kind of like a little tiny version of the seal on the front door, a family crest, not the seal for the city.
All right. Kick the door open.
All right. As you push your way into the room, it appears very nicely decorated, nicer than anything else in the house. It is entirely free of dust. It smells good. And if you didn't know any better, you could swear somebody might still live here.
What else? So this is H11.
Yeah. It's a grand bed. Like I said, very ornate. The sheets and blanket appear to actually be clean. No stains, no smells. The track definitely kind of focuses not only like at the foot of the bed, the little table in the corner, but from the floor you could see the same kind of moist glistening go up the corner and even up onto the ceiling.
I check out the table in the corner.
Okay. It just appears to be kind of a writing desk. There are some letters crumpled and half written on the table. Really kind of dry rotted quill and a dry like ink reservoir.
Anything like anything of note that we could read?
They all appear to be kind of themed around the same thing, written in the same hand with the same signature as the letter downstairs. Just imploring other cities for aid in their time of trouble. And just like the letters on the lectern and podium downstairs, they seem to be kind of becoming more desperate over time.
But they don't mention the nature of the trouble.
They do not.
They make reference to the tree in the center of the town that has died.
It doesn't.
Okay.
It talks about basically like 2 or 3 events. The mine collapse, missing traveling merchant, and a seeming exodus, voluntary, of its citizenry.
Okay.
Is
there anything else?
Do we know how long ago this happened?
Al said 30 years ago.
Okay.
And the letters on the lectern also seem to kind of confirm that.
Okay. All right.
Right.
How about in the desk in this room? Are there any drawers or cabinets in the desk that?
They all appear to be empty except for a picture. This one kind of a little more kind of realistic. The portrait downstairs was, kind of painted for the Lord Mayor, and you gotta, kind of have that mayoral pose. This one seems a little more casual. It's the same two people as downstairs. Not as formally dressed, not as kind of rigid and posed.
So like older or younger than they did in the portrait?
Younger.
Okay.
I think that this
Happier
is the right
time.
spell to cast, but I'm going to try it anyways. I'm going to cast Detect Magic
Okay.
and see if I can sense I'm going to share this with everybody. I think the mayor is still around, but not in a form that we can see. Everywhere that we followed this trail, the dining room, his lectern, his wife's photo, his bedroom, we're finding this residue. So I think it's him. So I'm going to cast Detect Magic and see if anything glows.
If you could read me the exactly what the spell does.
Yeah, so for the duration, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its school of magic, if any.
Okay, so the trail, the very distinctive trail that goes not only kind of all through the room and up the wall and onto the ceiling, gives off like a kind of ambient, like slight little glow of, I'm going to say transmutation magic.
And so with this detect magic, is this kind of like lighting up the trail as it goes through? Like would it help us follow this through to like where it's going?
And so the application of the spell is that as you move, it's 30 feet from you as you move. So if you were to go...
It's on me, yeah.
Okay.
It's within the 30-foot radius of me.
So I would think of it like CSI. As you move and progress through, kind of this almost like blacklight effect for you. Every step that you make... Yeah, not...
I wasn't going to make the joke, but Manny did anyway. With the sticky stuff.
Sticky stuff lighting up with the black light.
Look, I don't know what this is. It's gross. We're out of here. Fuck that wizard. Yeah,
Al, get us out of here.
It's
Yeah,
gonna
I'm not the cops. Let's
yeah, this is
get
none
at
of my
it.
business. It's gonna follow you. And even where you have not seen it because it's either so faint or whatever, you're gonna notice it kind of in places now that you didn't before. It's going to be on the doorknobs 211 and 7, and along the walls and ceiling throughout the kind of second floor landing, along the walls and into the sitting room. They go along the walls, not along the floor.
I step into the sitting room just to look in there. That seems kind of important.
On the sitting room, there's going to be a table, 4 chairs, 2 benches on the side walls, and on the wall that you walk through are going to be bookshelves. They seem to be quite a kind of extensive in trying to have a book on the subject of everything. It ranges anywhere from blacksmithing to metallurgy to bestiary compendiums and all kinds of things. And on the shelf that is otherwise full, there are going to be 3 large gaps in between books on shelves. On the table, there will be 3 books open, not covered in dust, and the table appears to have been wiped off of dust, leaving the kind of ambient glow for Samson to see, as well as on the spines of these 3 books and along like the walls, kind of leading towards the table.
Sora, can you give me a hand? I want to see inside of the wall.
Yeah, you want me to break the wall?
If you wouldn't mind, please.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's do that.
And while they're discussing
I'm
that,
gonna take my morning star and smash it into the wall and hope I don't hit a water pipe, but whatever.
I'm pretty sure the water companies turned this thing off after 30 years. So you're going to start to kind of like chip away at the walls. And as you do, just this kind of like crumbling, like just, plaster in disrepair that hasn't been cared for just kind of comes down. The dust swirls as like all the plaster kind of starts to chip away. And all of the plaster dust is going to more or less settle like kind of naturally. And especially so on the trails where, it kind of glows for Samson. If you were to chip away at the walls, like underneath where the kind of track of glow goes, you don't see anything. And if you punched hard enough, all you basically do is just punch straight through the wall into an adjoining room.
What sort of insulation is in the wall?
It's just it's going to be like really
all asbestos.
Yeah, really thin boards. Yeah, call mesothelioma. Yeah, call your attorney. He might be able to get you a cash settlement. So it's just going to be like narrow wooden boards, kind of with plaster on both sides. The plaster is pretty much the surface, and the boards are there for like the structure to put plaster on. There's no insulation, especially on an interior wall. And it's just, like I said, you guys are basically, the first day of Property Brothers starting demo for the most part.
What are the books on the table?
They are going to be... one of them is going to be about other planes of existence. One of them is going to be about the Feywild. And one of them is going to be about creatures of the Feywild. And on the pages that it's open, the creature book of the Feywild is going to have just this horrific monster like circled in ink and a scribble in the hand that you're familiar with. Could this be the answer, is what's written on the page.
all right, Lauraunce, before Lauraunce reads what it is, he sees the book of the Feywild, and he's just going to make a guess because he thinks he knows what this thing is.
Okay.
The intelligence check that I rolled, I guess it'd maybe be a survival check or...
History would work too.
Okay. Let's see. History is not my strong suit.
Nature?
I rolled an 8 on the... it's going to be an 8 either way. So,
okay.
At a game, I think I know what we're dealing with, and I don't want to meta. So, Lauraunce, it's like something from the Fae. It could be anything. It could be a satyr. It could be a dryad. I've never seen anything like this before.
What's the page open to?
It's open to the M section of the kind of monster compendium. One of them, the book about other planes of existence, just kind of is in like the Fae section. The Fae book is about creatures who originate in the Fae but make their way to the prime material plane. And then in the like bestiary of the 3 books, a particular Fae monster is circled with the picture. It is called a meanlock. And underneath it has a kind of vague description about them, their known traits, include Meanlocks are corrupted fade creatures that spontaneously manifest in response to fear in places where the border with the Feywild is thin. Meanlocks create more of their kind by transforming humanoids through a process of psychic torment that takes hours or days. Meanlocks live in subterranean nests. Meanlocks are sensitive to bright light and can sense shadows and darkness.
Well, that staff is probably not doing us any good then, helping us find this guy.
Well, yeah. But it might come in handy later though, if they're sensitive to bright light.
Not feeling good about turning it off right now, though, knowing what we just read.
Right.
Maybe Can you cover it up with like a rag or something until you need it?
I can flick this on and off all I want. So if
Okay. It's like a cantrip.
It's a cantrip. If you guys want it off,
shit.
it's
Yeah,
off.
I thought it was like a first level. Okay. Yeah. Good.
All right, we're going dark.
Okay. As you do, it's like a natural light color that it emanates.
Yeah, it's kind of like just like almost like sunlight coming out of the tip of the staff.
Okay. So as that kind of light dissipates very quickly as Samson shuts it off, through all of these slats is going to pour in this kind of purplish orange light that you would see just as the sun is about to disappear beyond the horizon during what would be an absolutely gorgeous sunset if you could see it outside. And despite this house probably being creepy as fuck, the outpouring of these kind of warm colors from the outside suddenly make everything seem a little less menacing. Actually,
That's nice.
That sunset's pretty outside. I hope nothing kills us before we get to see it.
Yeah.
I'll never understand why humans choose to erect walls and live inside them.
Keep us out.
All right. So Sora, real quick. Which walls are you gonna have punched through? Or get like on the wall. Like you're just gonna chip off like the first layer, or are you gonna punch like clear through into the next room?
I have at least like obliterated the one layer of drywall equivalent.
Okay.
To get to the middle of the wall.
Okay. Along which wall?
It looks like there's only a couple of spaces that are on interior walls that are not covered by bookcases according to the maps. So I'm guessing, and Samson, since you're the one that asked me to do this, will take some direction from you, but I'm guessing it was the wall like between H9 and H10.
Okay. And are you gonna, you're just gonna punch through like the kind of interior wall of 9, not through to 10.
Correct.
Okay. So as you kind of chip away at the wall, the impact from it is obviously going to disturb the plaster on the other side of the wall, probably cracking it, and over time it's going to grow a little brittle. And as the light goes out, the plaster on the other side is going to kind of crumble away. Light's going to kind of filter in through this new kind of exposed wall. And everybody is going to get a sense of movement in 10, even through like the slats. That sensation is going to be back now that it's dark and with this kind of new portal into another room.
No, we can't have that.
I'm gonna take a step back and just point.
I'm gonna sidestep out of H9 to be looking at the door of H10, readying my weapon and shield.
Okay. As everybody kind of gets this persistent sensation of, suddenly being watched once again, you're going to hear this kind of like scratching and kind of fevered movement coming from the room next door.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
The door's closed.
The door is closed.
I want to run up and smack it with my flail.
Okay. As you kind of smash the door open, especially if you're first, the room's going to be very dark, save for the odd like sunlight peering through the window in that room, and you're not going to see anything like on the ground. It is just going to be an empty room. Give me a real quick perception check as you come in through the door.
10.
A slight glint of like a metallic reflection is going to catch your eye, and in the upper like corner of the walls you are going to see this yellowish green scaly creature, kind of Spider-Man pressed into the corner of the wall. The glinting is going to be what appears to be a ring made of the same metal as everything in the China hutch downstairs, and like a hissing that its audible sound is going to be, like a cat hissing. As you hear it, it's going to be just this high-pitched, like deafening wail, and I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, fuck off. Oh. We found two resin.
25.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
18.
Okay.
21.
Oh. This isn't going to be much fun.
7.
There we go. So
That's what he's looking for.
yeah, I was just like, I guess I'll just roll dice for the hell of it. Lauraunce, you're going to take 3 psychic damage as this like wail just absolutely invades your headspace and makes it feel like it's going to explode. Next, you can see it up in stream, is going to see this like bug-like creature
Oh God.
stuck, like I said, like Spider-Man style to the inside of the thing, and its mandibles are gonna come apart. It's gonna hiss, the loud psychic scream, and just as everybody what the fuck is that? It's gonna just poof and just disappear.
Motherfucker.
The dust where it was on the wall is gonna kind of kick up. Like you just slammed a door and like everything behind it is just going to kick up, and it is now gone.
Like out of the building?
As best you can tell, it is no longer on the wall. At least you don't think you can see it.
Okay. So having fought mages, my first thought is Misty Step. So I start looking around at all the spots that it would have been able to see, trying to see if I could see it. Do I see it anywhere behind me or?
No.
Okay.
You are gonna notice the kind of water-stained hole in the floor. Another one that, as you kind of look around quickly, you're gonna be able to see that you can see down to what would be the waiting room below you, that you can clearly see down.
If this helps the case, detect magic lasts 10 minutes. I don't think it has been that yet. So
Okay.
if this helps the case.
Yeah. If you're in the room, Misty Step. What kind of magic is that? Is that transmutation as well?
I have no idea.
Okay. I mean, I'll look it up.
I'm not even sure if that's what it was. I just know I like Misty Step.
I thought it might have been Misty Step. I don't remember leaving a puddle of goo behind me when I used it last time. Though.
It is conjuration.
Okay.
Conjugation. Conjugal.
We're doing some verbs,
Conjugal spell.
some verb magic, y'all. So through the kind of small hole in the floor, it's going to give off a different kind of glow than the kind of transmutation snail trails throughout the house, as if something magical made its way through that tiny little hole into the floor. As you kind of gather your bearings, you can clearly hear like the scratching on the walls or the floor downstairs, the front door open and close,
Shit.
and then silence.
I run to the window. Shit, the window's boarded.
You can I mean, that's where the light's coming in through, so
Okay.
you can, there's
Do I
gaps
peek
like
through?
this.
Do I see anything when I peek through?
Out. Let's make sure the orientation of this room is correct.
Because we should be right over the front door.
Where'd it go? Mayor's house too. Over the bed.
No, I'm in the sitting room, like the library where we found the books.
Okay, what about it? Sorry.
Because like I hadn't entered the room, so like when he disappeared, I turned around and was looking around like the H6 area. When I heard the front door, I would have ran into that little sitting room and like jumped up on the table to try to peek through the windows.
Out the front door.
Yeah.
As the sun really starts to set and darkness kind of sets in, you do get the sense of movement as something goes out the front door and curves around to the left side of the house behind it.
Okay. And I just shout out, "It got away!"
East side.
The east side of the house, yes.
Yeah. So I shout, "It got away!"
All right.
I think it went out the front.
What got away? What is it?
I think it was a mean lock. I look at the book. Is there a picture in the book?
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's conveniently the one up in stream. I stole it from the book.
Oh, okay. So the thing in the book matches the thing that I just saw.
The thing in the book is going to be, kind of a drawn illustration of it. Very well done. This is a, kind of a scientific, scholarly book. So it is pretty accurate to what you just saw in, actual real life in the room.
Okay. I rip out that page and like the 2 pages before, 2 pages after it, and stuff it in my pocket. And I say, I think it's the main lock. We gotta get it. You said, what did you say about the ring? There was something about the glint.
It had like a ring on one of the kind of like slight appendages of its of one of its hands.
Okay, and so Naxth isn't smart, so I say, I think he stole the ring. I think he robbed the mayor.
That's one theory. Should we chase after it?
I think so.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
I'm up for killing an insect thing.
Okay.
I hate to be in a rush, but this thing seems like a nuisance. So.
All right. As you kind of go out the front door, the footprints in the dry earth are going to be very distinct. It looks like kind of this 3-toed thing, and just like you saw when you first arrived, there are like 3 sharp kind of puncture wounds in the ground as, its kind of locomotion kind of grips with these claws as it takes off. As you come out the front door, it is going to go basically out the front door, before the tree, make like a big looping turn, and kind of follow the trail on the east side of the house that continues down into the mountain pass.
Before we zip off, Lauraunce wants to take a second look at the tree in front of the house.
Okay.
And make a survival check to try to identify it.
Okay.
as Lauraunce is doing that, I also want to go check out the cart,
Okay.
just to the on the other side of the house.
All right.
Lauraunce is not on his game tonight, so he rolled a 9 on that. It's definitely a dead tree, right?
You're having put all of these pieces together, plus your, already, base knowledge. This tree is going to stick out more so than it already did. You believe it may be a varietal of tree indigenous to the Feywild.
Curious that I don't think that tree belongs here.
Okay. As Lauraunce is going to kind of check out the tree, let me get this map up here. Along the right side, kind of mirroring the path that the creature took off into the mountains, there's another path going to the northwest through town, and in it is along the way you're going to pass what is now very clearly a graveyard to the left, and as you approach the cart, it's going to have like scratch marks. One of the wheels is going to appear to have been ripped like entirely off the axis, which is why it kind of sits oddly blocking the road, and as it is, all of on the cart is going to be like a canvas like tarp weighted down in four corners. The canvas is not torn, and over the years in the sun, expanding and contracting, it seems to have kind of almost form-fitted the objects in the back of the cart, that it almost would seem like whatever the contents of this cart is, none of them have been disturbed for probably the entire duration of this town being abandoned.
Okay, well, just out of curiosity, I'm gonna either flip up the canvas, or if it's like bolted down, I've got a dagger. I'll just kind of cut it open.
It's just like weighted down, just got something on top of the corners. So as you kind of pull back, all the boxes are going to appear slightly weathered, mostly from like water, probably from being left out. But all of the crates appear sealed and intact. A kind of rotting organic material smell kind of fills your nostrils as you kind of lift the tarp.
Okay. So I'm gathering this was a food merchant that.
Probably.
All right. Just to cover all my bases, I'm gonna just pop open one of the barrels.
Okay. Inside, it's hard to tell at this point. It's just this kind of not filling the volume of the box, but kind of compressed down on the bottom, this kind of black tar kind of consistency with occasional spots of like bluish white like fuzz on it.
Gross.
Yeah.
All right.
Drink it.
I'll give you $1.
Naxth, you hungry? No, I think we go after Mr. DeVezin.
Okay. Off to the mine?
To the mine.
Okay.
Since that's what the map says.
All right.
Hey, can
sure.
we check this graveyard first?
Sure.
I guess.
Okay. As you make your way through the graveyard, there appear to be somewhere about 3 to 4 dozen headstones. They all appear almost identical to each other, not only in like composition, but in age. None appear, smaller, different, or older than all of them. Every single one of them has the same date of death on them.
Well, that's sad.
Is Tifra Duvazin one of them?
She is, in fact.
Are there any other Duvazins that might have been their children
There
or
are
might have been children?
there are
Or the
two.
husband.
There are two. They you can tell their children by the years, from not by name or anything, but by name. The Lord Mayor's wife for sure, and next to her, different dates than her, but still right next to her.
Okay.
As Sora's
Died on the
looking at-
same date, born on only a few years before the death. Is that what we're
So not all of the headstones are the same day. The majority of them are.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
So
That's okay.
the missus is going to have hers as the same date as the kind of group at large. The children are two other graves with the names and shortened year lifespans are buried next to her.
Okay. Okay.
Just as Sora's checking out Tifa's grave, I'm just going to kind of come up next to her, take the locket out of my bag, just place it on her grave, and just kind of cover it with some soil and pat it down.
Okay. A melodic breeze is going to kind of blow through. Everybody is going to get this kind of warm, euphoric sensation from inside that you cannot describe or pinpoint its effect.
Does this impact the paranoid being watched feeling?
No. You still kind of feel that it's not. Yeah, I guess that would be a logical question. You don't feel like any put at ease.
Okay.
You feel
It's just
physically better.
Okay.
By about 5 temporary hit points.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. I was like, if I don't do it now, it's like I'm just gonna forget, and I was like, I'll just tell you guys later when it matters. Yeah, no, I won't. I'll forget.
I'm just going to, feeling that, just call out, Tifa, we're going to go bring back your husband. Just give us some time.
The wind kind of blows through once again, and as the sun kind of almost sets for good, this one kind of lingering ray of light, just as the sun disappears, crosses over the headstone and right down to the little mound of dirt where you buried the locket.
All right.
All right, to the mine.
To the
Let's
mine.
go.
All right.
To the mine.
As we head off to the mine, this is going to be our perfect time to take our little mid-session break, conveniently broken up into 2 parts, the town and the mine. So it is 8:49. We're going to try to take a 5, 6, 7 minute break, and then we will come back for the mine that they're so desperate to get to. All right. Like I said, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. We hope everybody sticks around. Boom. Boom. All right. We are all back and rested, and nobody in their spot, but that's fine. We'll move those around. Yeah, so we're back with our rousing game that we will title the second half of this adventure. Be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. Everybody. All right. Boom. 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 Everybody is back in their respective boxes. Boom. Cool. So after the kind of nice melodic breeze and this kind of positive feeling for probably the first time since you've left Candlekeep, you turn your sights to the sign where the mine is and the creature fleeing in that direction. And as you kind of make your way out of town along this kind of narrow mountain pass, the rocks kind of raise up, so you're almost essentially in this kind of narrow canyon. And as you progress deeper into it, in addition to the darkness that had just recently set in from the sunset, the kind of canyon valley seems to be kind of filling with this metalish, glittery kind of fog, if you will. Very similar to what happened when Algernon opened the book. The path is very straightforward, doesn't branch off anywhere. You can see at one point there appear to have been like railroad ties down for a mine cart. And as you progress probably about 10 minutes into the walk along the path, this mist fog is going to become all enveloping. And I'm going to need everybody to give me a survival check, please.
Oh, shit.
Lauraunce is like, got this.
21.
All right.
Oh,
Today is
21.
not
Natural
Laurence's
20
day. We'll see
again.
how this goes.
Okay.
Yeah, mine was also natural 20.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
22.
Okay. Sora?
6.
Ooh. Lauraunce, you got what?
22.
Okay, hold on. So what? Samson, what'd you get? Okay, nat 20, Lauraunce 22, so Sora, the only one not doing so hot, right? Okay. You're going to keep to the marching order, Naxth, Lauraunce, Samson, Sora at the end?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So as you walk single file, eventually the person in front of you becomes obscured by this mist, even so much so that you almost get this kind of claustrophobic feeling, despite knowing that at least a moment ago the kind of rock faces were along, probably for the most part of everybody except Naxth. You expand your wingspan, you could probably touch both rocks. You've kind of lost track. The overwhelming sensation of being watched envelops you once again, and you start to hear that hissing combined with that screech. And Sora, I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
22.
Ooh, 22. Very nice. That will get it done. Then the screeching kind of becomes overwhelming, and it seems to come from every direction all at once. Despite your resolute nature, it still kind of gets into your head. And 4, 6. You're going to take 3 psychic damage for succeeding on the save. And as you do so, as you kind of shake off the screaming after the pain in your head subsides, you're going to feel just lethargic, and picking up your footsteps is going to seem like laborious and requiring effort. And you are going to suffer from 1 level of exhaustion. As you the mist is going to kind of subside a little bit. Everybody is going to hear that screech, hiss. At times it sounds like it's right behind you, next to you, sometimes off in the distance, sometimes up on the rock face. And as you come through the mist, you're going to see what looks like a mine entrance. It's kind of framed off with wood. And just inside, there's going to be large boulders and rubble and collapsed beams blocking, passage through the entrance to the mine. As you kind of look at the entrance off to the side, probably about 30 feet to the left, you're going to see what looks like a hole that was bored into the mountain.
So y'all, I want to light this thing on fire because it got in my head and it hurts and I don't like it. So into that hole, I'm going to shoot a firebolt.
Okay. It's going to pass through like a kind of narrow corridor. Sora's probably going to have a hard time kind of getting through. She'll probably have to crouch. But it's going to continue on just into like infinite darkness. And the only light is just going to be the firebolt kind of progressing down the tunnel. And eventually it's going to reach the end of the tunnel. It's going to hit like a back wall. And you're going to see the room kind of up, or a room kind of illuminate bigger.
But no creatures.
No creatures.
So I don't think he's down there.
Any footprints or marking that indicate that it's, we followed it down this path. It's clearly gone into this cave.
Mm-hmm.
There must be indications that scratched boards where it's clawed, or it scrambled its way over, or
as the kind of canyon opens up, to where the mine entrance is. Just as you kind of clear the metallic mist, you're going to see the puncture wounds in the ground, basically all over the kind of cleared earth in front of you. And not distinctly in front of the hole, but definitely like almost like a big gouge in the ground, like something travels in and out of that hole quite often.
Okay.
Do we want to go in and see?
I think so.
Naxth, are you taking point in this?
I'm on it.
I'm going to cast light on your flail.
All right.
Nice.
No, it's a big shiny flail. It casts 20 feet of bright light.
It's a shop light on an extension cord.
And I start swinging it around. Yeah.
It's like a glow stick. All right, man. Like, calm down. Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
As Lauraunce scrambles into, scrambles over the collapsed entrance to the cave tunnel, the mine tunnel, he casts Hidden Step.
Okay.
Or uses his Hidden Step. It's going to be invisible for as long as it takes him to attack someone.
Okay.
Kind of disappears as he crosses the threshold into the mining tunnel.
Okay.
Nice.
So Naxth, invisible Lauraunce, Samson, Sora.
Yep.
Okay. You would probably have enough space that if you wanted to like swing it, you'd probably be more concerned about hitting the floor just because you're short. But you would have enough space to clear the ceiling if you wanted to. So you're just gonna kind of roll around.
No, I'll just be walking with it up, held aloft, ready to fight, but also so that the light is doing Samson Hit's favor.
Okay. So as you kind of progress through the tunnel cut into the mountain from the outside, everything appears to be very damp and dark, and the light off of your flail is going to hit these metallic veins running along all of the walls and the caverns. And as you kind of make your way through, you're going to come into a room that seems to be a little bit larger, about 40 feet across. And I just realized I cannot give you the mine map. Actually, I can. I just got to crop it. So let me just crop this real quick so we can... oops. Okay. Perfect. So you're going to make your way in through what is going to be M1 into the room where it's going to branch. Immediately to your right, it's going to kind of hook around down a corridor, and then to your left, a much wider corridor is going to open. Water drips from the ceiling. It feels very cold in here somehow. And along the floors of the cavern, because of the dripping water, everything's slightly muddy, and distinct footprints can be seen just traveling all over the place as they kind of come and go and walk through the mud.
Forward we go.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Question.
Yes.
Sora, with her sticky fingers, would she recognize what kind of metal this is? Could I roll perception?
Yeah.
Something?
Perception. Nature.
Okay. Well, she didn't do a very good job. 9.
It is the same metal as the locket, the silverware and plates and goblets in the house, and one more thing. Oh, the ring.
The ring, yeah.
On the creature's finger. All seem to be made of this metal. Whatever it is.
Platinum?
I mean, that is the answer, yes. But...
It's because it's a white, shiny, they make silverware out of it. It's like gold, but not yellow. It's got to be platinum.
And it's soft.
Yeah.
Which hand was the ring?
Oh, and also
on?
the map says platinum mine.
Oh.
Oh, that's helpful.
Okay, that is helpful. I'm glad I'm glad I cropped out the important thing. But yeah. So
when Samson or when Naxth saw the creature and saw the ring, which claw, hand, whatever was that ring on?
The right hand.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so you're going to continue down just a little further. At a certain point, you're going to kind of, in front of Naxth, you're going to see what was once a tunnel, just like the one you're in. It, too, has been collapsed in on. Yeah. There's going to, before you get to that, about 30 feet before that, there's going to be a little tunnel off to the left, and just immediately to the right of the pile of rubble, there's going to be a larger tunnel that goes that direction as well.
Let's just keep going.
Okay.
Lauraunce, I don't know if you're around here or can see very well. Can you check? Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. Could you maybe see if the tracks are fresher one way or the other? If we're chasing something down, and see if we can see something that has just run by.
Roll a 19 on a survival check to.
Okay. The tracks are going to be fresher and more distinct in the passage closest to the cave-in.
There we go.
Okay.
So I use my spear to scratch an arrow into the dirt of the cave, pointing in that direction.
Smart.
Okay. As you kind of make your way down the tunnel, this looks like it was like dug, where mining is kind of like jagged, and there are all these like very distinct kind of marks from the tooling used to extract metal. The walls here seem a lot smoother, and everything you'd seen to this point, like the metal veins seem like like the caverns were intentionally cut to expose the metal veins. This one, either the mine has gone dry metaphorically, or they were created with no care for the metal as it pertained to the tunnels being dug. As you make your way down, you're going to see the tunnel kind of end and split off in two directions. And then prior to that, you're going to get that same option twice. So there's going to be tunnels on the left and right 3 times before the tunnel ends.
Can Lauraunce continue to perceive the correct direction of the monster that we're following, and or does he need to make more checks? Or
give me another one. The footprints have increased in number, or at least the tracks have.
okay, let me see if there's. Okay. Ooh, 22.
You're going to essentially see 2 sets of tracks. One of them barreling off to the first choice on the right hand side as you made the turn by the pile of rubble, and
okay.
One of them in the very hold on.
Second left.
Hold on, the fact that it's cropped, it's gonna mess me up. 1, 2. The third left, the third right, is gonna be the other set.
All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna whisper to my friends here. Is tracks split off in a couple of different directions. I'm not sure which way we should go. And I indicate the 2 routes that were pointed out to us.
Just pick one and let's go.
At this point, do we want to flip a coin?
The right.
Stay to the right.
There you
the
go,
right.
Sora.
First
Stay
one
to
or
the
third?
right.
First one or third one?
Third.
All right.
Okay.
The way.
As you follow one of the sets of tracks that Lauraunce put it out, it continues to get colder. And as you progress deeper into the cave, you're going to start to see like a lichen kind of growing on the walls. The kind of dank, damp, stagnant air smell is going to be replaced by a very like fragrant floral smell. And as you continue down, your path is going to branch to the right, but straight ahead, you are going to see just the kind of lichen turn into like a grass and into almost like an ivy as it progresses deeper into the chamber, a room that kind of opens up. And also in the room, you get a vague kind of outline of something covered in like grass, moss. You don't know if it's like a table, a stone, but something object is sticking up out of the floor and appears to be like covered in a moss. Or you could turn left and continue down the tunnel.
All right.
Okay. So before you make the turn, you come into this room, and it looks like an altar or like a sanctuary. There are flowers growing all over the walls. There appears to be this large, like, slab of granite, kind of covered in moss. But the top of it is completely devoid of any kind of plant life. And in fact, it has 4 straps, leather straps, some kind of darkish dried material that looks like they are about 2 sets of 4 in a place right near where the straps are, about halfway down. And there appears to be like a pile of organic material near the far end of the altar, just off the side.
The plants that are growing in this area, any you know, seeing any kind of living material seems pretty remarkable at this point. We've just walked through this town that seems completely dead, except for this creature we're following. The tree in the center of the town was dead as well. What is the nature of this growth, and do I draw any connections to it in the tree that I identified as being part of the Feywild?
You would. The flowers are exotic and have this kind of odd iridescence that would tell you it is not of the prime material plane. The fragrant smell and everything. Has Lauraunce been to the Feywild?
Yeah, Lauraunce escaped the Feywild, his pocket of the Feywild, just before it was taken over by some dark force. He had to abandon his family and his home.
Okay.
So he hopes to return to the Feywild, but the scent of flowers from the Feywild sent him down a path of painful memories.
Okay. So as you know, kind of go through this nostalgic trip, triggered by all these senses, they do feel very familiar. They do all seem indigenous to the Feywild as you would know it. The cavern is no longer like kind of a cooler temperature. Everything seems perfect. And as you make your way further like into the chamber, you realize the like kind of muddy, damp, rocky ground that you've been walking on has been replaced by just this lush like carpet of grass, as this large singular piece of granite, probably about 6 feet by about 4 feet, sits in this like centered about the room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like they were doing some human sacrifice stuff here.
Sacrificing on the altar.
Before
Samson, you down to be sacrificed?
No, thanks. If you're asking, no, I'd rather not. Please, thanks.
If I ignore the altar and close my eyes, it's almost like I'm back home again.
What is this strange grass?
Is Naxth barefoot?
Yeah.
Okay. It is going to feel like the softest, most lush thing you've probably ever walked on.
Do a little roll around in it.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, the Feywild seems to be leaking into this realm.
Well, this is the Feywild. I like it. It can have some. It can leak some more.
gonna take the end of my staff and kind of like poke through whatever that pile of organic material you talked about was.
And speaking of leaking, is the altar sticky? Is it something that, like,
It is. It is not.
Okay.
It is bone dry. It is also exceptionally cold to the touch, not befitting of the ambient temperature of the room. I'm sorry,
Samson. I didn't mean to step
No,
on
I
you.
know. I got distracted. What?
Oh, I was gonna say, I just wanted to poke through the organic material you talked about. There being a pile of organic material.
It is going to kind of be like a dry cake of like brittle material, probably about like yay big. It seems to have a couple of different like thin layers. All of them appearing to be at this time kind of universally dried and dehydrated, but they all appear to have like a different kind of texture to them and a different coloration, and the way they seem kind of arranged, they seem to happen like over a period of time.
Okay.
You want to roll investigation?
Yeah, I do. 19 plus 1, I believe. Yeah, 20.
It looks like an old pile of vomit.
Nice.
They were torturing things. The book said they like to torture them. What was it? Torment them into becoming them.
Are you saying this is where the main locks made more main locks?
I don't know what else they're doing here.
All right. Well, I think we need
So
to.
we're dealing with more than one mean lock.
I think we always were.
Sure, this isn't just a ayahuasca ceremony.
Cool.
Meanwhile,
I want some.
They're my spirit animal. All right, so anybody want to kind of do anything else in this room? Lauraunce, want to touch anything?
Are there any tools?
There
Do we
are
see any like artifacts, tools of any kind?
There are not. Along the passages you've seen, the kind
That's
of...
right, because they're just carving them out with like they're digging out, right?
Yeah.
Lauraunce wants to pick some of the flowers
Okay.
because they remind him of his wife that he lost.
All right.
So he's gonna take a flower with him, at least one flower with him if he can.
I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Took the bait.
Oh shit, he's serious.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
Oh shit.
Let's see. Saves. Ready for this? It's a 7.
Ooh. I was even going to give you a little leeway here on what it is. That's too generous. So as you reach out to grab this flower, as you've progressed into the chamber, it's gone from just occasional like spot of lichen to like a full-on moss to like an ivy and a kind of creeping flower. The vines of this creeping flower wrap around your arm, pull you in closely, like, smushed up against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Sora is still directly behind him, or like next to him at this point, right?
Yeah.
All right. She's gonna grab a hold and start pulling. Like, oh fuck no.
I'm gonna need you. All right.
My con save was a 16.
Okay. When Sora grabs onto Lauraunce, you get that same kind of hiss, shrieking laughter sensation that Lauraunce was managed to stave off. And Sora, I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
10.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Sora is going to take 4 psychic damage. Lauraunce is going to take 2 psychic damage. And as you kind of connect, you feel the electricity, the hiss and shriek fill your mind, and you get this like out of body experience from almost the ceiling of the chamber, and on the pedestal of granite you see like one person at a time, but the faces are constantly changing as these hulking creatures stand over it with a finger like on their mind, like on their heads, and the screaming of all of the people strapped to this table. And as you see them, you can see them like just bare human hands gouging at the granite so bad that they are like shredding the ends of their fingers, still managing to gouge out the granite. There's a groove, 8 sets of grooves actually, and the kind of black, inky, kind of dried residue all in those chambers. And if the scream that the mean lock gives you is enough to damage you, the sounds of these people screaming at the same time as these creatures making the noise is enough to make you let Lauraunce go. The image is going to disappear from your mind, and you're going to be left with this kind of just throbbing headache. Lauraunce, you are going to have seen the same out-of-body experience, except yours is going to come with a voice that says, "Join us, brother. You do not belong with them."
Lauraunce, are you okay?
Belong with who? Who are you?
No response.
I stop and turn around to
I mean,
because I hadn't noticed the commotion until now, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Who are you talking to, Lauraunce?
yeah, Lauraunce is still kind of shouting like, "What was that? What's going on?" And just looking like a general crazy furball. Did you hear that? I heard a voice.
Like
I only heard your
screaming
voice.
Heard a voice that said, "Come join me, brother." And I saw
Join.
a vision of many people strapped to that stone plinth there and screaming for their lives while they were being tortured. Were these hulking figures, did they look like anything in particular? The ones standing over the...
They were the mean locks.
There, okay. I understand why they call them mean locks.
They're average.
Yeah,
Locks.
Anybody?
I saw the torture too.
Anybody?
That's gotta be how they killed off the town.
As this kind of, beautiful place, really bad emotions, kind of settles in, and aside from the oddity of its appearance, it kind of loses any of its mystique and aura, at least to Lauraunce and Sora, having seen what they saw.
Lauraunce kind of ponders out loud. I wonder if there's really anyone buried in those graves back in town.
That'd be a lot. Everybody give me a perception check real quick.
Six.
Ooh.
13.
Ooh.
17.
There we go.
12.
Okay. Samson, off in the distance, along where the corridor split into another option, you're going to hear a kind of splashing, like footsteps in a puddle, coming from off in the room that you passed up to come check out the creepy little evil druid grove of the platinum mine, because the Fae are weird.
I think Mr. Mayor's coming to find us. We need to find him first.
We have to stop
let's
those
do it.
monsters.
Okay. As you kind of carry through back to the path that you didn't choose the first time, the end of the corridor is going to kind of open up to the left. It appears to go about halfway down this corridor from the dug portion of the mine. You're going to start to see like structures like cross supports and big beams of wood that would indicate you are back in the mine portion of this network of caves, including what turn out to be 6 large like pillars that seemingly join like a brace across the ceiling that anybody kind of mechanical, barbarian, ranger, sorcerer, fighter, man. Okay. Yeah, it just looks like you would expect a mine to look, especially in a chamber this large, that structurally it would need to be supported.
Like buttresses?
Yeah, I think that's the word. And as you kind of turn, you are going to see 6 of the hulking meanlocks.
Son of a bitch.
Standing in this chamber. 4 of them immediately against one of the pillars, and 2 of them kind of in the middle. Sorry about not having the map for this, but it ruins the whole thing. And they all universally give out that screech and hiss. I need everybody to make a con save and roll for initiative, please.
I have advantage on both of those.
Natural 1
Oh no.
on my con save. Same? Oh no.
Oh no.
So that's total of 6 on con. And there's the nice roll. Natural 19 plus 0 on initiative.
Okay.
Yeah, so total of 5 on con for me. But with a crit or a fail.
Okay.
And a 20, 18 plus 2 on initiative.
20, 19 for initiative. Lauraunce on your save and initiative.
19 on my save, 10 on my initiative.
Okay. And Naxth, save and initiative.
23 on save, 18 on initiative.
Okay. So Samson and Sora, the echoing and reverberation of the collective meanlocks is going to hit you in such a way that it is almost like a headache so painful that it's blinding. You are going... Oh, man, you guys... Whoa. You're going to take 4 psychic damage. Naxth and Lauraunce are going to take 2 psychic damage from the scream. The meanlocks are going to roll shit on initiative.
So there's 6 meanlocks, right?
There's 6 of them.
4 against a pillar, 2 in the middle.
Yes.
Okay.
How close are they together from me? Like, are they bunched up?
Let me pull. The pillars are 1, 2, 3, 4. The pillars are 20 feet apart from each other. In a perfect square, so 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet, around. So each meanlock is 20 feet away from the other, 20 feet away from the other, and then there's 2 like in the middle.
Oh, so just one at each pillar of the 4 and then 2 in the middle.
And then 2 in the middle.
Got it.
You guys are going to be about 30 feet. Once again, I'm sorry about not having the map just because it ruins everything. The corridor is only going to be 1 player wide, so if you want to line up by initiative order or by marching order and work around it. I don't think it really matters. Depending. Sora's going to be in the way of a lot of shit. However you guys want to decide, whoever's first, the mean locks on the pillars closest to you are about 20 feet away from you, either one.
Okay.
So they'd be like 20 feet that way or 20 feet that way. Like,
yes. But
okay.
you're gonna move laterally as well, a slight little degree. The room's gonna open up, and so you're gonna move slightly kind of inward, spreading yourselves kind of out as you go. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So by initiative, Samson, Sora, Naxth, Lauraunce in that order. If, like I said, that's how you want to do marching order, so first person in initiative barges into the room and, like Navy SEALs, or if you want to keep your old marching order and kind of work around it.
Well, I think it makes sense that Lauraunce and Sora were like in the other chamber. I think Samson was standing a little bit farther out. So and Samson heard whatever the fuck was going on. So I think it makes sense that Samson kind of like made the way out and would be the first here.
Okay.
Not that he necessarily wants to be, but
It's gonna be how it goes. Okay. So like
Yeah, I
said,
agree. I'm fine with the initiative order.
yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay, so Samson, you're going to be first to act. They're going to be about 20 feet away from you. You are going to have to take some movement into the space to allow everybody to kind of come in as well. I know you're a caster and you don't like to move forward, so I get that. But
yeah.
you're going first, dude. That's just the way. I was like, look, man, that's the way it goes.
I posted like a mental map in the Discord.
Okay.
That's kind of what I got too. That's awesome.
Okay, hold on. Before we do this, the reorient the room portrait to the like the hallway.
So the hallways from the
Left.
right, from the right or from the left.
If you for orientation, it doesn't matter. I just mostly want it relative to the other. Yeah. So if you're gonna keep it like the second one, shift now the big chamber with the pillars to landscape. It's gonna be deeper than it is wide from your perspective coming into the room, and then also the mean locks are going to be in between the pillar and the entrance.
Yeah. Okay. I'm hearing you.
Everybody on stream is like, Jesus, you guys.
I'm glad you've confirmed for me that it's totally okay when I swear, because I do.
Okay, so this is how they're going to be oriented to you. You guys will be
Okay.
down here. They're closest to you. The two in the middle. They are always between the pillar. Between you and the pillar are always going to be the mean locks. And then I don't know how like this shows up on camera.
Works perfect.
Bottom left, 1. Bottom right, 2. Upper left, 3. Upper right will be 4 as we do the mean locks. And then 5 and 6 will be the two in the middle.
And we are in a hallway down south on your drawing? Or
for
to the left?
For the orientation, we'll say south.
Okay.
Just, it's not, but this way everybody, this is relative to your perspective. You guys would be here.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Perfect. Like I said, as long as everybody's cool, this is the part where it gets kind of weird that the map is both like exceptionally helpful to explain this, but also ruins the whole thing. So, all right. So Samson, you are, you're good on the orientation of everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Sir.
All right.
So, seeing this.
Nice.
Awesome. I'm going to step in to the chamber a little bit, like just like 5 feet into the chamber and like 5 feet over, just to kind of clear the doorway. And I'm going to take my holy symbol. It's gonna like charge up with his light energy, and then I'm going to split it in my 2 hands and kind of like almost Iron Man style fire a twin spell guiding bolt at Meanlock 1 and 2. Just the 2 kind of like in a V from me.
Nice.
Perfect. Okay. There we go. There we go. Making dramatic D&D streaming on the fly, y'all. Perfect. Thank you for the picture, and hopefully this helps everybody. All right, twin spells at the 1 against 1 and 2. Okay?
Yeah, so I just, that's 1 sorcery point down, which means, so that's 1 guiding bolt to each of them. So to the first, that is, fuck, a 9 to hit.
It does not. The first one would be number 1.
Yes, first one would be number 1.
Okay.
The second one, that's better. That's a 20 total to hit.
Yes, that does.
Okay, so then that is 4d6, 5 plus 2 6s, 12, 17 points of damage.
Okay.
And then Meanlock number 2 is lit up like a beacon.
Okay.
So it's advantage to the next attack.
Okay, so we're not being colorful with language. Like, it's literally lit up.
It's well, like, yeah. I mean, Samson's whole thing is light. So like, it's like he gets hit with with this beam of light, and then that beam of light just kind of like stays and radiates outward.
Okay. So now that there's a source of illumination inside the chamber. Yes.
I mean, if you want to do that mechanically, fine. But
okay.
There's nothing in the language of guiding bolt that says it sheds light. But
okay.
Like that.
So
it is granting advantage to the next attack.
Okay. So this aura, or kind of whatever, is going to light up the room, especially in its kind of position. And what you're going to see, in essence, Meanlock pillar. On the back side of the pillar, you're going to see this jar of this kind of looks like a slight fizzing liquid that's going to kind of like refract off of the jar that it is in and cast a kind of colored shadow as the illumination shines through the liquid onto the wall.
And just to remind, Naxth, God, that's hard to say. Naxth's flail is still lit up for the next hour. Or
yeah.
Decide to drop it. So he is also a sheds bright light from him.
Okay. And then
Target.
All right, so you're going to light this up. Everybody's, well, not everybody. Samson, at least, is going to see the kind of cast of light through this jar that appears to be behind the pillar of Meanlock number 2. All right, Sora, next into the room.
So Sora's pretty pissed after watching all of those people get tortured over and over and over again, and she is going to use her breath weapon and unleash on the 2 Meanlocks in the middle.
Okay.
And her breath weapon is a 5-foot by 30-foot line, so it should be able to reach both of them.
Okay.
It is a Dex DC 12.
Ooh. Let's see what the Meanlock's going to do okay. They are not going to do okay. It's going to be 10.
Okay. So it is a 2d6 acid damage.
Ooh, gross.
6.
Okay. All right. So these creatures are going to kind of, their faces are going to start to bubble. You're going to hear like a hissing and see the kind of acidic steam come off as their flesh kind of renders out. It's only going to hit them in the face. Anything that would have hit them like in the chest or the torso seems to be covered by this kind of heavy, like hide kind of jacket that does not look like it belongs to the Meanlock, but perhaps what the Meanlock was before.
Okay. So Sora is gonna move out of the way, a couple of steps toward Meanlock 2, but stay at least a couple of feet away so that his thing can't touch her.
Okay. All right. Cool. Naxth, you're up with your glowing flail.
Yeah. Well, Naxth, and me for the first time ever, is going to rage.
Nice.
And he is immediately going to run in straight at Meanlock number 1, and is going to use his bonus action to do his draconic roar. Yeah. Coming from a 3-foot kobold, it is quite humorous. I don't know how much intelligence or wisdom the Meanlock has, or if it's like a completely brainless creature. But either way, even if it's an automaton, it actually smirks at this pitiful display, granting
are you fucking
all
kidding me with this?
characters, myself or any of my allies, advantage on their attacks against this guy. And then I'm going to hit him with my flail.
Oh, nice. The Meanlock's thought process in stares in creepy Feywild. Are you fucking kidding me with this shit? Are you what's going on here?
Yeah.
I torture people
21.
mentally, and you're like a dog growling at me. To hit?
Yep.
Yeah.
That map maker just sneezed at me.
So that will do 10 bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
and it will strike him with my booming blade that I get from being a kobold. But since I'm below level 5, it doesn't do anything now. And then I use the rest of my movement to run over to Meanlock number 2. Mobile feat means he can't get his attack of opportunity.
Okay.
But if he wants to chase me down, he will get booming bladed by...
Okay, it's definitely gonna stay
4 damage.
put. All right,
Okay.
so if it moves, I owe you 4 damage. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And now I am within a few feet of number 2.
Okay. Okay, so
That'll end my turn.
all right. You're gonna be what? Somewhere between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then Sora, you are where? Close to 5.
Should be
Close
about
to
next
2,
to me.
but just out of his reach range.
Yeah, so I'll probably be right next to Sora then.
Okay. All right. Lauraunce, you are up.
Excellent.
Kobolds 1, 2, 5, and 6 all have taken.
Meanox?
Yeah, what did I say?
Kobolds.
Kobolds.
I think you said
Sorry,
kobolds. It's okay.
I failed my save against
Negative alive.
against his intimidation.
Roar.
Yeah. Roar. So 1, 2, 5, and 6 not doing well. 1, 2, and 3 appear to be dressed in the same kind of attire as 5, a kind of leather coat that does not seem to fit them. One of them has like a helmet on with a candle in the front. And number 4 appears, now that Naxth is in the room lighting it up, the glinting metal of the mayor's ring can be seen on number 4.
Okay. How far away am I from number 4?
You have advantage to attack number 1 or 2.
That'd be 40 feet by my count.
1, 2, 20. Yeah. It's 20 feet, like just straight ahead to being parallel with the pillars for 1 and 2, or yeah, and then so yeah, they'd be about 40 feet And that's just straight ahead, not even including like your lateral movement that you'd have to make.
Okay.
All right, so Lauraunce definitely has his eye on the ringed mean lock,
Okay.
but he's not going to be close enough to do what he would like to do. So he is going to notch in a poisoned arrow into his longbow and loose it at whichever meanlock is far enough away that he can actually shoot an arrow, but maybe one of the better looking ones, one that's standing a little bit more firmly.
You could make a shot at number 4.
I don't want to attack number 4. I want to attack.
You've got advantage on 1 or 2.
So
if I would
but they're
say,
both in kind of.
I would say you could, like I said, not to scale, but I would say that if you wanted to go into the chamber and like hug the wall in front of them, you could carve out enough space to make. Because what do you need? More than 5 feet, yeah.
Yeah, I need like 10 or 15 feet.
Okay. You can get 10 feet away with them if basically you move into the either southwest or southeast corners of the room.
Okay, so I am going to attempt to charm the ringed meanlock.
Okay.
So he's going to make a wisdom saving throw, and the DC is 12.
Okay. It's going to roll 17. Which is amazing considering the stat block.
Oh, it was almost, okay. 1. Moment here. I am going to use Hunter's Mark and target number 4.
Okay.
And that will end my turn.
All right. Lauraunce. All right. It is time to do meanlock stuff. Number 1 is going... All right, I'm just going to do this the fair way. Beanlock number 1 is going to kind of stare at Naxth and give the roar and the hiss. Constitution saving throw, please.
Is it con?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Saving throw with advantage because rage. Which is a good thing because that one was 12. 21.
All right. We're going to be first.
And this is number 1?
Number 1 is going to make this.
And he didn't move to do this?
No. You are going to take 3 psychic damage.
Alrighty. And I will take all of that because that is the one form of damage that actually hits me.
Okay.
In full.
Number 2 is going to make a slight little move to Sora. It's going to just try to slash at her with its claws. It's going to roll a 5 and do nothing. After doing so, it is going to return immediately to the place where it has been the entire time. Number 3 is going to make its way outwardly. Lauraunce, are you in the southeast or southwest corners?
Southwest corner.
Okay.
Just with me, I guess.
Okay. So 3 is going to kind of look around, give not the same kind of vengeful screech as the rest, but stay put. 4 is going to be kind of curious about everything, not as threatening, not as hostile as the other ones. And it, too, is going to, after some contemplation, stay put, as well as some kind of mean looks. Jesus Christ. Some dirty looks from the other mean locks towards
Mean looks at the mean locks?
Yeah, like, Jesus. Alright, that's going to be 4. 5 is absolutely going to move forward at Naxth and take a claw swipe at it.
Bring it.
It's going to be It's going to be a 13 to hit.
Right off the side of the shield.
Oh, nice. Okay. And then number 6 is going to roll up on Sora and take a claw swipe. That's actually going to get it done. 21 to hit.
It does.
Okay. You are going to take 9 slashing damage. And I need another Constitution saving throw from you, please.
Yes. Sorry. That is a 16.
Okay. You're gonna, after taking like the slash, you're gonna get very cold, and your muscles are gonna feel kind of tight. You're gonna get this really kind of drowsy sensation, a little light on your feet, but you are going to fight through it and be all right. Okay. All right, that's all the way through the mean locks. Back up top to Samson.
But first, because one of the things, since mean lock number 2 came in and hit Sora and then backed off, shouldn't it take an opportunity attack from both me and Sora since it got within our range?
Yes.
You're up, Sora.
All right, Sora is going to take her Morning Star, step forward, and swing as hard as she can.
This hit has advantage too.
Oh, right.
My guiding bolt.
I have advantage.
Yes.
Cool. Let's see. Well, that first one was a 24, so we're going with 24.
Okay. Yeah, that's absolutely gonna hit it.
All right. So that is 13 damage.
Okay. As you hit, you hit it with your Morning Star.
Yes.
So you're gonna hit this thing, and what has appeared to be kind of, just gross flesh, actually turns out to be this kind of crunchy carapace. So you're gonna hear this loud crunching sound as its chest plate kind of gets caved in. It's going to fall dead, and as it does, Meanlock 4, the mayor, is going to look at the other two. They're going to look at him. He's going to look like he takes a deep breath. He's going to give the screech without the hiss. The jar behind pillar number 2 is going to explode, knocking the pillar out and partially collapsing the ceiling.
Oh
shit. So are we squished now?
No.
Let's beat feet. Let's beat feet.
Light bulb moment.
Yeah. And so since that one died, I won't get an opportunity attack. So yeah, you're up. Oh no, Samson's up.
Yeah, Samson. Back to the top of initiative. So
All right.
1, 3, 1 damaged, 3 and 4 perfectly healthy, 5 and 6 damaged.
They're a little bit acidy, right?
Yeah, a little splashy, a little bubbly.
And you have advantage on 1.
I have advantage on 1. Well, nothing I do is gonna get advantage on it. And So and then like the ceiling just collapsed generally in front of Sora and Naxth, but not
like
on them.
it's like if you're holding something up like a tent, right, and it rains, the tent is going to sag, not like completely crash through, but the whatever work the buttress was doing, it is no longer doing that, and the kind of unstable nature of the mine seems to be rearing its potentially ugly head.
Okay, and do we just? I want to get a full picture. Is there a similar vat of glowing liquid behind the other 3 pillars as well?
There are.
Okay. I want something that I can hit that with, but I don't think I have that.
Don't you have fireball or firebolt?
Unfortunately, no. I'm all Healy.
Not that kind of radiant light.
Yeah.
I'm the good kind of radiant light, not the punishing radiant light.
Lauraunce, were you the one that shut the firebolt?
No, Sora.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
So instead, I am going to take one step back into the tunnel.
Okay.
Still to be in full view of everyone, but just kind of to be ready to back out. And in full view of Meanlock number 1, I'm going to cast Toll the Dead.
Okay.
So that I need a wisdom saving throw from Meanlock number 1. DC 14.
Ooh, that one's going to be a big number. Oh, okay. It's going to get a 12.
So it is now going to take 1d12 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And on that, I roll a 3. No.
Okay.
So it takes 3 necrotic damage.
The kind of bright, luminescent kind of fey filter that is attached to this horrendous thing kind of dims and goes a little less like saturated in color as it takes like a slight little bit of necrotic damage. All right. What else you got? That's it?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
If you have anything you'd like to use to heal me with at any point,
Oh,
Sora would be glad for
Yes,
that.
Then I will 100% do that. I'm going to then I'm going to cast Healing Word as a bonus action at 2nd level to heal up Sora.
All right.
So
You.
that is going to be 2 plus 3, 5 plus 4, 9 points up
nice.
back to you.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Sora feeling recently refreshed. You are up.
Yes. From my vantage point by Pillar 2,
Well,
can I
not
see
anymore.
what used to be Pillar 2?
Yeah.
Can I see the glowing jar behind Pillar 1?
Yes. It does kind of stick out a little bit. You can see that it is there. It would not be like in any kind of way that where you currently stand you could take a shot at it or anything.
Okay.
If to get a clear line of sight, you would have to move basically to the other side of where pillar number 2 once was, and to actually physically touch it. 25, 30. It would be 30 feet of movement to get to the other one.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily need to get to it because I could firebolt it potentially from a distance. But if I can't see it with clear line of sight, then I wouldn't be able to firebolt it.
Okay.
So then I am going to move forward to go after number 6.
Okay.
And
yeah, that's going to be
that
the one.
should
That's
be like 10, 15 feet, correct?
That would be the one that it moved up on you during its turn, so it's going to be right in front of you.
Fabulous. I'm going to go smashing
trip.
at that one with my Morning Star.
Yeah, it's a quick trip. Okay.
That is a 21
To hit, yes.
and 10 damage.
Ooh, very nice. Okay. You're just gonna like just like the other one that you hit on your opportunity attack, like a crisp kind of crunch, like you stepped on like a large bug. It's gonna kind of reverberate through the cavern and like snap at a twig. It's gross. All right, very nice. What else you got?
I am going to move forward a little bit towards number 5.
Okay.
And get kind of parallel to that jar behind number 1.
Okay. All right. Naxth, you are up.
All right. Just to double check. Until the end of this turn. Okay, so I still have advantage on enemy number 1. So I'm gonna run over there and smack him with again with another booming blade. Oof, 8.
To hit, no, it does not get that. It
right.
seems pretty steadfast in where it is, and doesn't take a step to dodge. Like literally stands in its place and just kind of bends at the waist to slide out of your way of your strike.
Okay.
Right.
With that, I will use the rest of my movement to get to the tunnel, or in the tunnel, however far I can get away from this place.
10. You're gonna be you're gonna come up just short of the tunnel. Where you're gonna be basically in the first square, still in the cave.
Okay, that's cool. And then I'll turn around and I don't have enough, but I'll get ready to draw a javelin.
Okay. Lauraunce, you are up.
Can you describe the state of the ceiling and like the condition of the pillars? How
so the
far
pillars are supporting like cross beams that run, essentially parallel to the floor. And as the support columns go, the beams that they are holding up begin to sag under the weight of everything above it. The beams have not broken in any way, just a noticeable like sag under the stress.
And how many columns have been knocked out?
Just one. Number 2.
And is there still debris falling from the ceiling, or does it seem like things have rested back into place?
No real debris fell from the ceiling. The support beam holds up the ceiling. The pillar holding the beam is no longer there, so it's beginning to sag.
Okay. What is the plan here? Are we just making a run for it, assuming that the ceiling's going to collapse, or?
I am fearing the ceiling collapse. Yes, that's why I'm
getting ready. I think we need to get ready for the ceiling collapse. I don't think the ceiling collapse is going to take these things down.
I think we need to instigate the ceiling collapse.
I think so too.
So,
but I don't want to be in the room when that happens.
No, but it's not. It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
I'm going to be throwing javelins at them from this point on.
So, all right. Well, Lauraunce takes a look around and realizes it's still safe to kind of go toe-to-toe with these guys. He's already been going up against the number 4. So he's going to cast Hail of Thorns on himself as a bonus action, and then is going to make a ranged weapon attack.
Okay.
I don't think that there's any... Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to lose concentration on Hunter's Mark, so I don't get anything there. I don't think I have any advantage on this roll, so all right, let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to knock my longbow, and it's going to be a 19 to hit.
On number 4, the bear?
Yes.
Okay. 19 does hit.
And it's going to be 1d8 plus 1d10. These rolls. 2, 6, 8 piercing damage. I'm sorry, let me redo that. It's going to be 6 piercing damage, and then Make a dexterity saving throw to avoid the hail of thorns.
Okay. It's going to roll a 19 on its save.
And it's going to take 1 more piercing damage.
Okay.
Half of 2 is 1.
All right. So as it takes the arrow shot and the slight damage from the hail of thorns, it once again is going to look at the other 2 meanlocks. They're going to shoot it a look. It's going to move around. It is going to give out the screech, but not the hiss. And it is going to explode the support behind pillar number 4. This time, the entire right side of the chamber is going to have rocks fall from the ceiling. I'm going to need...
and Lauraunce is going to finish his turn by running toward the entrance before this all starts to happen.
Okay. Samson's going to be immediately in the cavern, or in the tunnel. Naxth
I'm one square in the tunnel.
Okay, so you guys are just going to kind of be bunched up. We'll say on the safe side of the cavern, but still not out of the chamber. If Sora and Naxth, if we were to cut this room completely in half about the middle of the entranceway, if you are on the right side of this map on 3 or 4 side, I need you to make a dex saving throw, please. Naxth, I'm going to say no. Sora,
I was attacking number 1.
Right, so you're going to be good, and plus you're right by the entrance to the cave. Sora, where are you going to be in all this? You still going to be on your side, or are you going to kind of... Oh, yeah, you moved in, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm close to the middle.
Okay.
But I'm, like, as I said, parallel with that jar behind number 1.
Okay. I'm going to give you advantage on your dex save to avoid falling rocks, as you're just going to barely be in the area of the collapsing ceiling.
16.
Okay. You are going to kind of just take rocks going to fall and debris going to kind of jump up and hit you in the leg. You're going to take 1 bludgeoning damage from the rock. A pebble fell on you. All right, so that means 2 and 4 are now gone. The mayor's got to make his dex save because it's going to fall on him. He is not going to save.
Ooh, poor mayor.
Ooh.
Poor mayor's ring.
Yeah. So as the mayor explodes the jar, knocking the pillar down and collapsing part of the chamber, the debris is going to fall on him and it is going to kill him. It's gonna just be the most like sickening crunching sound as just like Wile E. Coyote, just a boulder just falls on him. All right. So that's going to be the reaction for Lauraunce. All right. So number 1. 5 and 6 have to save as well. 5 will fail. And 6 will save. Okay. All right.
I thought I killed 6.
No. 2 with your reaction, and 6 just took a hell of a lot of damage.
Okay.
All right, so 6 is going to take even... Wait, no. Yeah, 6 is going to fail. Okay. All right. 6 gets hit with debris. 5 manages to avoid it. 1 is going to use an ability called Shadow Teleport. It is going to move laterally a couple feet to almost the middle of the chamber, and it is going to teleport to the other side of Samson, blocking any further transfer into the tunnel.
That's not where I want him.
It's going to appear immediately behind you and slash at you with its claw for a 17 to hit.
Oh, 100% it hits.
Okay.
I'm made of
That's
paper.
right. You're squishy and in robes.
Did he move before or after his teleportation, or was the teleportation the only movement?
I know he moved because he needs to get line of sight to where he was going. So what? I owe you 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's going to take a kind of what? It's force damage, yeah.
Thunder.
Okay.
So out of nowhere, it moves and just gets hit by thunder.
It's going to shake itself clear, teleport to the other side of Samson. It is going to do 6 slashing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Yeah, let me mark down that damage. Sorry, con save. Nat 1 again. Second Nat 1 on a con save in a row. All right,
Okay.
so that's total of 6.
Like just an absolute exhaustion is going to overtake you, and you're going to find your muscles getting rigid, and you're going to go just perfectly taut, and you are now paralyzed for a minute.
Fuck off.
Shit.
All right, that's going to be 1. 3.
There goes your healer, guys.
Yeah.
3 is going to stay put where it is, keeping an eye on the jar for pillar number 1. 5 is going to stay put, and 6 is going to stay. They're going to stay put. That's the end of the mean locks, and we will now go to Samson, who gets a chance to make his save again.
How generous. Okay, now I get a nat 19 for 24.
Okay.
There we go.
So the save's going to come at the end of your turn, so you won't get to act this time. But hey, you're not going to die this round, probably.
This round, probably.
Yeah, consolation. Okay, cool. Sora. 5 and 6 still basically right where you left them. 6 not doing well, getting hit by a rock. 1 outside, keeping Samson from going anywhere. 3 still basically in its original place. 4 dead. 5 a little bit towards the middle of the room. 6 pretty close to you.
All right. I am going to look toward the jar behind 1.
Mm-hmm.
Cast Firebolt
Okay.
to
Expediting the process a little bit.
Mhm.
yeah that. For 10 damage.
Okay.
I don't know if that means anything in this case.
The concussive force of it hitting the jar is going to make it explode, obliterating the pillar. At this point, I'm going to need everybody not named Samson to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
11.
Does a 1 succeed?
Thanks for rage. 17.
Okay.
It's a 5 actually, but it's not that it matters.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Lauraunce and Sora, you are going to take 16 bludgeoning damage as a huge section of the ceiling begins to collapse. The beams start to break, and large chunks of rocks fall from the sky. So you two are going to take 16. Naxth, you are going to take 8 before whatever damage mitigation rage does for you.
That'll be 4.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Sora, what else? That it?
And then I sprint out of
Okay.
here.
All right,
Oh, you still have HP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
good.
Oh, baby, you're alive.
I'm still here.
That's awesome. So everybody's going to be kind of bunched up, still in the chamber, as Samson and Meanlock number 1 are preventing anybody from going anywhere. All right, Sora, that's it for you?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. Yes.
Next, you are up.
Woo.
All right, so I'd be right in front of Sora with the Meanlock being right behind him.
Quick rundown. Three, original condition, just chilling, basically probably in the best position of anybody right currently. 5, not doing very well at all. 6, doing just slightly better.
Okay. And it's number 1 that's in the tunnel.
Number 1's in the tunnel.
All right, yeah, I'm going to try to slip through Samson's legs with my shield and my flail in hand, and I'm just gonna do an uppercut, booming blade right between its legs.
Meanlock's got
Luke
nards.
Cage it.
Oh well, the first bonus action, I'm gonna roar at it again.
Okay.
This time with more ferociousness, so I can gain advantage on the attack.
You're gonna do so,
which I didn't need because I got a nat 20.
You're gonna do this ferociously between the legs of a sorcerer. Okay,
You're damn right I am.
I got it. Okay, cool. Just wanted the mental picture. All right, so so
So he gets hit with the crit.
Okay.
Which will be a 12 damage.
Okay.
Plus the booming blade, which again only will do anything if he actually moves.
Okay.
And then I will slip underneath its legs and keep going down the tunnel. And then turn around.
Give me an acrobatics check to get through the Meanlock. It's not going to be as accommodating.
18.
All right, so you are going to manage to squeeze through its legs and be on the other side of it.
Yeah, and then so I'll be about 10 feet back from it, and I'll yell at it, "Bring it!"
Okay. All right. What else you got? That's it?
That'll end my turn.
All right. Naxth, it's going to be you.
Second turn.
All right, no. Lauraunce, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you good.
Okay, so I should be at the entrance to the chamber. Who's alive and standing and nearby?
Samson's going to be like literally the last square of the hallway, not subject to anything going on in the chamber. Depending on, you could basically all be bunched up. You're basically all essentially bunched up except for Naxth, who's... Good luck, you guys.
I'm not running away. I'm just attacking the thing from the other side.
And is the mayor's ring still in the chamber? Nobody picked that up, right?
No, it's gonna be
Totally
right.
buried by
Yeah,
rubble at this
It's
point.
long gone.
it's gonna stick out like just like a spider when it dies. Like the legs curl up, so underneath the boulder, you're gonna see this hand with like this very shiny ring sticking up.
All right, Lauraunce is gonna take one last look at it and say, "Screw it," and he's just gonna make a run for it.
Okay.
At this point.
You're not going to be able to pass by, so you're just going to kind of be everybody's stuck in the chamber right now until.
Oh, okay, we're all walled off.
Yeah.
All right.
So shoot someone.
Yeah. I'm gonna. How far away is the closest Meanlock?
3 is I don't know 20, 25 feet from you.
Okay, I'm gonna put poison on one of my blades and fire it at the Meanlock that's about 25 feet away.
Okay.
And it's a 19 on the die.
Yeah, that's going to get it done.
So it's gonna be a D8 plus 2. And it's... Sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
Probably poison a piece. Oh, okay, there it is. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. D6 is out of there. It's gonna be an 18.
So you're going to succeed in not being poisoned, but still take 8 piercing damage. I'm sorry, 10 piercing damage from the longbow arrow.
Okay, and this is going to be number 3, just chilling where it's always been.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. It's going to take an arrow. It's going to fracture and kind of shatter a bit of its carapace. It is going to still stand pat where it is. All right. What else you got?
That's it. I can't really move anywhere, and I use my bonus action and my action, so that'll be it.
Okay. Meanlock number 1. Man, what's he gonna do? Okay, he's gonna
Fight
turn.
me.
Yeah, I was like, he's gonna turn. All right, so hold on. Let's do this real quick. So it's gonna have to be 15 feet from where you were. Wait. Yeah, 5 feet under Samson, 5 feet under the Meanlock, and then just to come out the other side is going to be 15 feet into the chamber. You said you wanted to go a little bit further past that?
Yeah, just so I'd be out of its range, so it would have to move to engage me.
Okay, so it's going to turn around. It's going to give you the hiss and the screech.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to need... where'd it go? Hold on. Yeah, Constitution saving throw, please.
No problem. That will be a 24.
Woo, okay. You are going to take 2 psychic damage before any damage mitigation. So what, 1? Or psychic, you take both, yeah?
Psychic, I take the whole thing. Yeah, that's the one damage that that the bear
2 whole
totem
damage.
doesn't guard against.
I mean, look, dude, I got a barbarian in my Tuesday game, and I'm like, 26 damage. No, dog, I take like 3.5 and a yawn.
So get all your jollies out now while you can.
All right,
Give me all that psychic damage.
Okay, so 1 is going to hit you with its screech. 3 is going to move around to the backside of its pillar, just immediately adjacent to the jar. It's going to hold pat. So there's going to be space between the Meanlock and you, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So Meanlock 5 is going to move towards the center of the chamber, use its shadow teleport to come out on the other side of the other Meanlock.
Yes.
Okay. So it's now between me and number 1.
If there's only a space between you and the first one, it now occupies that space.
Okay.
So it's going to use its ability as a bonus action, and then it is going to take a claw attack at Naxth for... Ooh, that's going to do it. It's going to be a 22 to hit.
AC 17.
Okay. 2d4 plus 2, 5. You're going to take 7 before... 7 slashing damage before damage mitigation. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
That will be an 11.
Ooh, you just make it. So you're gonna get the you're gonna get the tired, the rigidness, but you're gonna be able to fight through it.
Okay.
That's going to be 5. 6 is going to retreat further into the chamber, probably provoking an opportunity attack from Sora. Actually, hold on, you guys. I absolutely have to go to the bathroom. I hate to do this, like right in the middle.
You're
of this.
fine.
I've been trying. Okay, I'll be right back.
Do it.
So it's
Good, now
just
we
the
can
2 in the
plan.
hallway and the 1 in the 2 in the hallway, and then number 5. This is the last one. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's you, and then Meanlock, me, and then
Lauraunce.
behind me, Lauraunce.
Yeah, and then Sora, and then right behind her is the one that she's about to engage with because it's running away.
Yeah.
Do you have an updated map graphic?
I can momentarily.
This is what I'm working with right now. It's just
It's messy.
it's totally messy.
I'm using that screenshot. All right, give me a sec. It's gonna take me.
You don't have to. If you had it handy, I was.
No, but I need it for me too. I've just been putting it off.
I have a question.
Yes.
Bonus actions.
Uh-huh.
You use those before your regular action, or do you have
Either.
to use them after?
Either.
Either.
It's just a free thing. The teleport for the Meanlocks is actually is a bonus action.
Yeah.
And some, I think some classes have like a bonus action that sets up other things to be used.
The ranger has a set of bonus actions it can take that enhances its upcoming weapon attack. So the idea is that you I did on the last couple of turns, I poisoned an arrow as a bonus action my last turn, and then previous to that, I have Hail of Thorns as a bonus action, which is a boon to a ranged weapon attack. So it's like that's specific to the ranger.
All right, so 6 is going to kind of move away.
Current map.
Try to opportunity attack from Sora, please.
Yes. So it's still pretty
You
close,
just make a
though,
regular
right?
attack.
Like
Yeah.
within melee range. Awesome.
Yeah.
12 to hit?
Actually, no. It's going to kind of clunk off of the carapace, and it's going to move in the towards 3. It's going to basically end up essentially where it started, in the middle of the room.
Okay.
5 teleported.
Yeah, it's right next to me.
3 is right where it was. 1 is still right where it was. And 6 is going to... Okay. So that's going to be it for the mean lunks. We are going to be back to Samson, who, just like I said, did not die last round, so props to me.
100% didn't.
Good job, Samson.
All right. You are now, like, the bread of a 2 mean locks sandwich, with the bottom half being your kobold barbarian, the mean locks being the meat or lettuce, as your case may be. Dietary restrictions apply individually. 3 and 6 is going to be basically where it was when the encounter started. 3 is going to move to the backside of its pillar, giving it, for the most part, partial to full cover, depending on where you stand, and just easily enough to touch that little jar if it so desires.
What's the distance between Lauraunce and Sora? Because I know Lauraunce is like right next to me, right? Like Lauraunce is
10
basically
feet.
like...
Yeah, he's literally right behind you.
Yeah.
The map is somewhat accurate. He can't get in the hallway because of where you are. You are the hallway.
Yeah, and so there's like one square of space between Lauraunce and Sora.
Yes, there would be 1 in between them.
Okay, because I want to do something weird.
Oh yeah. Let's get weird.
Do eat.
So what I want to do is this is gonna be shitty. Fuck.
I mean,
1 second.
shitty's relative. It could be awesome.
Yeah. I'm gonna risk it. I'm going to just like lurch away, like seeing the ceiling collapse on Lauraunce and Sora. I'm going to lurch. No, that's dumb. I'm just gonna cast Healing Word, and I'm gonna twin spell my Healing Word.
Ooh, nice.
So I'm going to heal both Lauraunce, and I'm gonna do this at a 2nd level as well. I'm gonna heal both Lauraunce and Sora. Where'd my D4 go? Here it is. For 1. 1 and a 1 on 2d4, so that's 2 plus 4 is 6. So you guys go pop back up to 6.
You're welcome.
Don't act like I don't do nothing for you.
I'm gonna need that 6 HP when a rock falls on my head in the next round.
Yeah. And I'm going to look at number 1 in front of me. And I don't like him being here. So I'm gonna guiding bolt right like point blank guiding bolt into his chest.
Okay.
And that's a nat 1.
God damn it.
Shit right now.
You're gonna aim at the ceiling. You got this. Bah!
Point blank.
Because reasons.
Plot armor runs in the universe without me. All right.
We're not made of this crude matter.
Yeah.
It's plot armor.
Yeah. All of this is much larger than all of us. Give yourself over to the plot armor. All right. So yeah, Samson, what else you got, buddy? That's it.
I mean, the only thing I can do is move, and like I got a 10 AC, so if I move, I'm fucking paralyzed again. So I gotta stay here.
I love you guys. There's not much I can do. All right. Sora.
All right. So the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use my second wind.
Okay.
Yes.
So
All right, can I backpedal that? I actually really don't like where I am. I do wanna scoot out and try to rush like on the other side of Lauraunce.
Okay, you want to.
Like I'm face to face with this guy, and he's
Yes.
going to there's.
You're more like
two
face to
mean
ass
locks.
because he turned around to face me.
Yeah, but there's another mean lock between
Yeah.
it, so I'm the only one that's gonna go for, and so either I get it now or I get it in full force in a second.
It's true.
Okay.
So I do
You're
want
gonna
to
take the opportunity
Interesting.
attack at your choosing, as opposed to
Yeah.
the attack on not your turn.
Yes.
Okay. So as I imagine, Lauraunce is just gonna give you leeway and just be like, "Go right on ahead, man. Off you go."
I'm just gonna like
Pretty much.
"Ah!"
All right. So
Just denies him.
No, dog. It's either you or me, and it's better you. All right. So it is going to slash at you with its claws as you move away. A 17 to hit.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. 10 slashing damage and a Constitution saving throw, please.
You can do it.
This was the
It's just an
wrong-
11.
Yes.
Oh, not 19.
Okay.
All right. 24.
You're gonna avoid the paralysis because if you fell paralyzed, I wasn't gonna let you move. You're gonna be
100%,
paralyzed and stuck. So you're gonna squeeze by. There is now the very first square in the hallway available to whoever would see fit. All right. Okay. It will be Sora's turn. How far did you move into the room? Since it's gonna be, you're gonna have your full movement, so you can move like through the space between Lauraunce and Sora, like further into the chamber, or do you want to just move and then just occupy that space between them?
I wanna like go around Lauraunce, so I'm putting Lauraunce between myself and the. So kind of like I think Lauraunce is kind of like hugging the wall, so I just kind of want to like pop around to the other side of him.
Okay.
So like through Sora and Lauraunce, and then
like
down
a
to the
move.
other side.
Okay. So Sora, if you so desire, after Samson's calculated decision to leave the bottleneck of the tunnel, you can.
Samson's never been good at math.
You can selfishly decide to stay there and hope for the best for everybody, or you can do something about it. It's up to you. Don't be selfish. Bye. Let this platinum prison become your tomb. Bye.
This is your home now.
Peace.
It's shiny. You're welcome.
All right. So start with, I have cast my second wind.
Okay.
For 5 extra HP.
All right.
And I want to keep going after these guys that are in the room. So I am gonna focus on 6.
Okay. It will not have made like its full, like all the way to the pillar. Like I said, it's basically going to be exactly where it was when the encounter started. So for you, 15 to 20 feet, depending if you want to get like between it and the hallway, or if you want to go to the side of it, it would probably be 25. But I imagine you're good on all that.
So I want to cast my firebolt at it.
Okay.
And that is a... What is it? For the saving throw. Why am I overlooking this?
What are you doing?
Trying to figure out what the saving throw for the firebolt is.
What's your intelligence? Wait, For Firebolt,
Yeah.
Firebolt's an attack.
there's
roll.
no saving throw.
Oh, that's fine. 14.
It's an automatic hit, right?
No, it's an attack. It's a 14 to hit.
Yes, maybe. No, just short. Yeah. It's AC 15 on these things.
Stay where I am. I think.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Cool. Selfless of you. Very nice. All right. Second wind. Shot at the Meanlock misses. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Sworth. All right. Next. You are now.
Staring down 2 Meanlocks.
Yeah. Both of them in front of you. Nothing stopping you from daylight, my friend.
Not exactly. Except
An
my rage.
An opportunity attack is really about it.
My rage.
Does Kobold really want daylight all that bad anyway?
So first, my bonus action, I'm going to scream at both of them again. It's got a
Okay.
10-foot range. So now, if anybody wants to come into this hallway, they will have advantage on attacks on either of these gentlemen.
Ooh, okay.
And then I will strike with my booming blade, my booming ball, I'm going to call it, at number 5.
Okay.
I'm going to do reckless too, by the way.
Oh, nice.
So I have advantage. Oh, I didn't make it anyway. It's an 11.
No.
Just a warning.
Yeah.
Full of
And then
sound and
I will
fury
back off
signifying
about
nothing.
20 feet down the hallway.
Okay. You're gonna take an opportunity attack.
I'm not. I have mobile feet.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So you're gonna deftly disengage.
Yep.
Move.
About 20 feet down the hallway and turn around and come at me.
Okay.
Once again.
All right. Okay. Cool. Is that it?
I think that'll be my turn. Yeah, that'll be it.
Okay. All right. Lauraunce, decision time, buddy. You can, for just 10 feet of movement, you too can move into the safety of the corridor.
Yeah, I'm gonna move up to the number 1.
Okay.
Who's, I think, if I'm reading the map correctly, is the first one in the entrance.
From your perspective, yes.
And I'm gonna drop my bow and take my spear from my back, and with 2 hands lunge it directly at the Meanlock number 1.
Okay.
With advantage.
Yep.
It's going to be a 15 to hit. Not the best.
15 does get it done.
Ooh, buddy. All right. And this is a spear that I had poisoned. So make a Constitution saving throw.
I ain't gonna get it done. 6.
Fails. So you are going to take. Let me make sure I got this right, because I haven't landed with the poison yet. So you are going to be poisoned, and you're going to take a total of 3d8 damage. You're going to take 14 damage, and 6 of that damage is poison damage.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 18 damage.
Ooh, okay.
Because of the +2 that I did not account for.
As you jab this poison tipped spear into this Meanlock, you're gonna pierce through the carapace, and right at like the puncture wound, everything's gonna go this kind of ashy gray, and it's gonna radiate out from the wound, and it is going to collapse dead.
Nice.
All right, let's see. Okay. All right.
That'll be Lauraunce's turn.
All right.
He wants to be positioned in the hallway, but probably right at the end. Well, actually, he's only used a few feet of movement, so he's gonna pivot around the next Meanlock. So he's not gonna move out of its threat range and take an attack of opportunity, but he is gonna be on the opposite side of the Meanlock from the chamber. So just as far into the tunnel as you can get without disengaging with the Meanlock.
I mean, you've killed the one that was the first one.
Did you kill? Did Naxth kill number 5?
No, it's
Yeah.
right. It's still there, and it's not
Yeah.
next to me either.
Yeah.
So I'm still. My map is inaccurate. I'm 20 feet away from it, so it doesn't have anyone next to it.
So I guess I just want to pivot.
There's essentially
around...
10 feet now available of tunnel space. There was the space that Samson was occupying that he left. The space for Meanlock number 1, which is now dead. So there are 2 available spaces.
I see.
And then if you were to walk up all the way deep, you would be pressed up against Meanlock number 5, and then 20 feet, and then next.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to get up and close with the Meanlock number 5 before I end my turn.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. That is that. All right. Meanlock turn. Meanlock 1 dead. Meanlock 2 dead. Meanlock 3 just chilling, waiting. Meanlock 5. All right. So Naxth is 20 feet away from it in one orientation, and if he 180s, Lauraunce is immediately behind him. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
What to do? Ooh. Shit, I didn't see this the whole time. Okay. All right. Well, we won't worry about it now. God, this is a shitty position because pretty soon it's gonna be in trouble. All right. Both of these options are shitty. All right, so Meanlock number 5 is going to just kind of turn around and attack Lauraunce. But as it does so, from Lauraunce's perspective, everything's going to slow down to like barely movement. And the same creepy, deep voice from the flower earlier. Our home will become your tomb for choosing the people of this plane over the people of our plane. And it is going to give the screech and the hiss. Lauraunce, I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw, please.
You can do it.
I don't think I'm going to be too much the worse for it, but I failed with a 9 total.
Okay. You're going to take 8 psychic damage.
Ooh, buddy.
All right, that is going to be it for
Good thing I
Meanlock.
healed you up that 6 hit points.
Right?
All right, so that's going to be that. Meanlock 3 is going to stay exactly where it is, up against that last pillar. Meanlock 6, being centered about the room, is going to its version of Misty Step into the first square in the hallway that Samson moved out of in his last turn. So it's now going to go Meanlock 6, Lauraunce, Meanlock 5, 20 feet, Naxth.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's going to be 5, 6, 3. All right, that's all the Meanlocks, and we are back to the top with Samson.
And just to be clear, Meanlock 3 is still like up by that pillar, hasn't moved.
Right by its jar.
Basically, everything else is collapsed, and then there's Meanlock, Lauraunce, Meanlock. And Sora's kind of in the middle.
Yes, she's going to basically be just in the chamber. The tunnel is going to go Meanlock, Lauraunce, Meanlock, 20 feet next.
All right. I am going to call out, Sora, we got to get out of here. This is coming down. Staying... So I'm going to, like, move kind of more into the middle of the chamber, just, like, 10 feet away from Meanlock number 5, who just poofed in.
6 poofed in. 5's been in the tunnel.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
So just 10 feet away, kind of, I guess 10 feet into the open space of the chamber.
Okay.
So I'm looking at number 6. And I'm going to cast Toll the Dead.
Ooh, okay.
Which is
Wisdom saving throw by me.
Wisdom save DC 14.
It's going to be, looks like an 18 to save.
Then it does nothing.
Oh, it is right. What is it? A D8 if it's not harm, D12 if it is, nothing if it succeeds, yeah?
Yeah,
Man,
it's
Those
a
cantrip saves.
so yeah, savers suck, man, at low levels. This is totally dead's great, that D12 cantrip. Can't really beat that. Alright, yeah, it's going to shake off the audible tone that's supposed to just ravage its mind. And it's just kind of whatever.
Lauraunce,
Said told these nuts.
how is Lauraunce looking right now?
Furry, desperate to get the hell out of here.
You're muted, bud. Can't hear you.
A little bit better than. I mean, you've seen him much worse, but
All right.
but he's bleeding. But you've
Okay.
seen him much worse.
Okay, I'm getting low on some stuff, so I need to.
Don't worry about me. Help someone
Okay.
else.
Then that's anything I got as a cantrip bonus action. You know what I'm gonna do?
I give up.
I'm going to remembering. This is gonna be another weird thing. Remembering that these mean locks really don't like light.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my meta magic to quicken the spell,
Okay.
which turns my action into a bonus action. And I'm going to cast light on the tip of Lauraunce's spear.
Okay.
I don't know if it's gonna do anything, but it's gonna look cool. With that, Naxth's flail
Yeah.
dims, so that dims out, and Lauraunce becomes this shining beacon of light.
Okay, so it makes you do it as a bonus action. Light does what? Casts bright light?
So until the spell ends, the object sheds bright light in a 20-foot radius, and then dim light for an additional 20 feet.
Okay. So, as this lights up, especially to the one immediately in front of Lauraunce. Never mind. It is going to make its save. It becomes more susceptible to light as its hit points decrease. So it had to make a saving throw, but made it. So it's going to kind of from the bright light, and you're going to hear a kind of, sizzling, bacon cooking kind of sound. But it's going to maintain kind of its composure, despite a little bit of steam coming off.
Okay. Well, that light's gonna stick around.
Okay.
Until I decide it doesn't.
Okay. All right. Sora, we're getting down to it.
All right. So I am going to. Number 3 is still by that pillar.
Yep.
So I'm gonna again cast Firebolt. 5 does not hit.
No.
All right. And I am going to step back closer to the entrance to the tunnel. Is there still a number 6 in my way?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, 5, 6, 3. Okay. Yeah, I still got over there. All right. Next.
All right. So I'm gonna run up my 20 feet.
Okay.
So 5 and 6 aren't quite close enough for me to be able to get both of them with 1. Oh well. I guess I could do a. No, I'm just gonna roar at the one right in front of me. Bonus action roar.
Okay.
So I can get advantage on him.
Okay, that's
on number.
Okay, that's gonna be on number 5.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to try to do a booming ball.
Okay.
Jesus, 11. Even with advantage.
Not gonna get it done.
God, damn it. And I am gonna stand there.
Okay.
Just gonna, fuck it. I'm gonna back off 5 feet
All right.
because I want him to keep coming at me.
All right. All right, Lauraunce. You got a glowing bright spear. You are
Right on.
You took the last free space, yeah? Or no, 6 is in the last free space. You're sandwiched in between 5 and 6. So,
so I'm gonna attack 6 with my spear.
Okay.
And before I do so, I am going to do something really.
You have advantage against 5.
Yes.
Your call still.
I'm still gonna go against 5. And take the advantage. But I have. I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on 5 first.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have advantage on the attack, and 15 on both dice. That's a 19 total.
Okay. It's gonna hit.
And it will be.
It should be an extra 1d6 for Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, it's a 1d8 plus 1d6 for Hunter's Mark plus 2. It's gonna be 6 damage total.
Okay. So
all piercing.
As you hit this thing with your lit up spear, it's going to kind of radiate and kind of turn to ash and collapse, like just in on itself, like Endgame without being blown away.
How far away is Naxth from me?
Should be just 10 feet now. Because I only backed off 5 feet. So 10 feet away from you.
Yeah, 10 feet away. It's not a good enough move for me to take the attack of opportunity. So I'm going to stay where I am,
Okay.
but I'm going to pivot so that I'm facing 6.
Okay. Cool. It is the Meanlock's turn. The Meanlock, number 3, seeing that these following conditions are met. 1. It is the only Meanlock in the chamber. 2. There are no other Meanlocks in the chamber. And 3. There are PCs in the chamber. It satisfied that it has caused or is about to cause just enough mayhem. It is going to just reach back and slash the shit out of the jar as it looks at the party. It's going to explode. The pillar is going to collapse. The beams supporting the roof begin to collapse. And anybody in the chamber, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
I think that's only me.
Also me.
All right.
Can I cast shield as a reaction and do anything?
Yes.
That's not how shield works.
Yeah, though. I was like, because it adds.
This
to
isn't
your
an
AC.
attack on your AC.
Yeah.
Shield just helps your AC.
Yeah.
Okay.
I rolled a 16 plus 0. 16.
Okay.
I got a 4.
Okay. As the roof begins to collapse.
That's a lot of dice.
Oh god, that's awful.
13.
That's so many dice.
It is absolutely
It's
not
taking
that
him
bad.
so long to count it.
Sora is going to take 14 bludgeoning damage from falling debris. Samson, you pass, so you're going to take 7 bludgeoning damage as the roof begins to collapse. It's going to kill 3 in the process. And 5...
There's that.
5 is going to turn around to Lauraunce and take a slash at it with its claw. 15 to hit. Lauraunce, 15.
You're muted, man.
Oh. Yeah.
Lauraunce, you're muted.
I'm not
There you go.
talking.
Okay. 15 to hit for you.
I'm sorry. You're
Yeah.
attacking me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally distracted by this new meme format that I discovered tonight. That is going to miss.
Okay. And then 6 also going to take a slash at Lauraunce. That is going to be a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
2d4 plus 2.
Oh, I thought 5 died.
Yeah, didn't 5 die?
Yeah, I thought I killed
Oh,
5.
oh, yeah, okay. So, hold on. All right, so...
When you were
What?
saying 5, I thought you just meant 6, so I wasn't
Okay.
gonna say anything. But then you're like, and then 6 also attacks. Wait.
Okay, no, 6 is going to... wait, hold on. What did 5 do?
A bunch of stuff.
5 attacked Lauraunce and hit.
Okay. Nobody's taken any damage aside from the collapsing roof.
Correct.
And then 6 is going to have rolled something terrible, or the first monster to go rolled something terrible and missed. So that's going to be
Okay.
That's going to be it for the Meanlock's turn.
Okay, so
we are up to Samson, and only Meanlock number 6 remains.
Inlock number 6 in a really clogged tunnel out, right?
Not really. Meanlock 6 is the only thing keeping everybody who's Samson or Lauraunce and Naxth could run for it if they wanted to. There's nothing obstructing their way out. 6 is the only thing.
6 is blocking Sora and I in.
Yes.
How is 6 showing signs of damage? And
It is not doing well.
it is not doing well. All right, then I am going to Hail Mary Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
My last first level spell slot. That's a 13.
It does not get it done.
Son of a bitch.
All right.
Wait, can I do anything? Can I do anything?
do you have any more sorcery points?
I have 1 left, and I need 2 to quicken a spell.
Oh. Then no, you can't.
But what
You can slap.
You know what I'm? No, this would have been cool earlier, but.
Hit him with your staff.
Well, I just used my action.
Oh, duh. My bad.
And that's an action, and that's an action.
Yeah, I
Well,
think,
Well,
shit.
for you to wear the mayor fell.
yeah, I was like, I don't think that sorcerers get a lot of bonus actions.
No.
Yeah.
Oh. Favored by the gods. Once per short rest, if you fail a saving throw or miss an attack roll, you can roll 2d4 and add it to the total. Hell yeah, read your shit. Alright,
Yes.
so that was 13
Okay. Plus 2d4, yeah?
plus 1 plus 1, 15.
15 does hit.
Jesus. Those gods barely liked you.
Those guys were like, "Here's my 2 cents."
Yeah, look, John. Look, the math, it is almost impossible for you to fail this. I still want you to be stressed. So,
Yeah.
all right, so you are going to hit it.
9 plus 5, 14 points of radiant damage.
Okay. You're going to hit this thing. It's going to have this internal glow. All the seams in the carapace are going to kind of shine. It is going to explode. And as it does so, the same kind of silvery mist and cloud that you saw when Al first opened the book and in your walk to the mind envelops the party once again. It's disorienting. You don't know how long it lasts. And after a couple of moments, the first sensation you get is the smell of incense. And as everything kind of materializes around you, the 4 of you find yourself in a very nicely appointed room with lots of books, a table with a bunch of scrolls, and some open books.
Are we back in the mayor's house?
It is not the mayor's house.
We back in Candlekeep?
As you kind of regain your senses, the door to the chamber opens. A familiar red and blue robed charming Chultan wizard makes his way in. Hey, what?
Just as I see Al, I'm just gonna like put my hand up and go, "Don't talk to me for 10 minutes," and I'm just going to cast Prayer of Healing on us and just like shut him up until we are all feeling a little bit better.
What are you doing in my solar? Where have you been?
10 minutes. I swear to God, Al, 10 minutes. That's 14 points to all of us.
Okay. He's gonna conjure like an hourglass, and do a little flick. It's gonna flip over. You're gonna watch the sand, and he's just gonna stand there and watch the sand click down.
And as the 10 minutes, like we all like, there's kind of like this radiant light that like radiates out from Samson, and everyone just feels 14 points better.
And do we no longer feel the like foreboding dread? Something following us.
You're in an incense kind of like I said, it's like identified as Algernon's like solar. As everybody kind of looks markedly better, and the last couple of grains of sand run out of his hourglass. Well, now, as I was saying, what are you doing in my solar, and where have you been?
We were just in the cave. We were just fighting the Meanlocks. Where the hell are we?
We're doing the job you told us to do, Al.
I told you to look at a book, and you took it and ran. I haven't seen you in 4 days, and you just appear in my solar.
I'm
Lauraunce,
sorry, Al. Cut your shit.
Yeah, Lauraunce rolls his eyes and is like, every freaking time I take a job from you people, it ends like this.
Everybody give me a perception check real quick.
Okay.
22.
Okay.
15.
All right.
16.
Okay. Everybody but Sora is going to notice in the pile of books on the table that you kind of materialized around, a copy of A Deep and Creeping Darkness. It's open, and next to it is a scroll with it looks like Al was taking notes on it.
One, I would like to see what's written. Two, while doing this, I'd like to just see if I can reach into my bag and pull out the notes that I took from the mayor's lectern.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I
reached in my pocket and see if any of the silverware's still there.
You also have a couple of pages from the book that was open on the table.
Okay.
Inlock pages.
The silverware still there. The Meanlock pages still there. The letters written by the mayor about their situation or anything addressing the situation have now changed to invitations from the mayor to come and enjoy the thin veil between the material plane and the Feywild to be found in Vermilion.
Lauraunce suddenly feels a weight in one of his pockets, and he pulls out a note, a document from Candlekeep that says a favor is owed to him. And he kind of looks at it. It's a vague memory tickles the back of his mind, just enough to know that he can trust this document. And he presents it to Al and says, I'm going to need to look at your books about the Feywild.
Al's going to look at the document. My divinations always prove true. This truly is my hand. And as you can see from the book, Vermilion, for the last 30 years, has been a veil and portal to the Feywild after it was freed of a corruption by a traveling band of heroes many years ago. If you
Those heroes, who were they?
This detailed account of the town's liberation does not mention names, other than to say that many years ago this town was saved and brought back to prosperity because of the thin veil between the Fey and material planes. And as such, I honor you with this token and unlimited free passage between the realms. And he's going to kind of put his hand out and materialize almost like an Olympic medal. It's got like a nice ribbon, and at the bottom the medallion is going to be made of platinum, and it's going to have a flower embossed on it, similar to the ones that Lauraunce tried to touch on the wall. And I do not appreciate you disappearing when I ask you to do something, but I suppose your return shows who you truly are, and I will be happy to present these to you. Redeemable at any moment, at any time. You may now travel to the Feywild, as the nearest portal between them has been healed. And with that, we will conclude A Deep and Creeping Darkness.
Wow.
Thanks, Manny.
The blowing up the cavern.
Excellent.
The blowing up the cavern thing was weird. Like I said, that's not my thing. The conditions set forth for it were pretty clear. So that's why I wanted to stick to it. Because if not, I'd just be like, blow the whole fucking thing up. Rocks fall, you all die. The end.
Yeah. TPK.
Right. Because I even said that to my wife on the break. I was like, hey baby, we're getting to the point where like I might kill them all. If, you know. But yeah, that was awesome. So great job, you guys. As
Yeah,
always,
I
you
love
guys-
that. That was awesome.
Yeah.
It's creepy as hell, man. You did great setting the like the
that was
tone
really
of it,
cool.
like with the
Yeah,
whole
the
paranoia and
beginning.
stuff.
Yeah, just it's a hard thing to convey. Like I think because at some point like you're paranoid. No, I'm not, man. I'm sitting on my couch like playing
So-
D&D with you guys.
I thought that it was going to be a boggle because of all the sticky stuff.
It was just
Lauraunce was about to guess that, but when as I made the dice roll, I was like, I can't just. It's more interesting if I actually fail the dice roll and I don't get to make my guess. But I would have been wrong anyway. So
I think they're proprietary to Candlekeep Mysteries. I don't remember ever seeing a mean lock stat block, and
Yeah, I've never heard of them.
And it's distinctly printed just like it would be in the monster manual in the adventure, which tells me that it's usually it's just a reference. Click
it's
here.
one of the appendix monsters.
Yeah. It's the
Candlekeep.
I mean for this it's the only it's the only monster. In the
It's in
whole-
Volos, but yeah.
Okay. Okay. Like I said, I'd never seen it before.
I know
so-
for things that are not in the monster manual, they usually include them in the supplements,
Yeah.
like the monster
yeah,
stat
so you
block.
don't have
So
to
you don't have
use
to go out.
Volos or
You can have the
Mordenkainen's.
monster manual and the whatever expansion you're using.
Yeah,
That's
not
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need Volos or Mordenkainen's for adventures, but the monster manual they make you have. That's fine. All right,
Cool.
you guys. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Like I said, it was also I warned you guys that it was going to take a little while just because there's not a lot to do and it's very free form. Up to you guys. That was
I could have seen us getting lost in the cave for a lot longer.
Yeah. I
Or
Survival
if like we had
rolls.
failed the perception check, we wouldn't have seen the thing, and we wouldn't have known like we need to get to the mine. Like I probably would have spent so much more time in the graveyard or in the town.
And for you guys to come back to the graveyard and just be like, I'm gonna drop the locket, like that was like a big thing that they make it out to be, and I was like, I guess it's cool, but it doesn't really affect. Like,
what are the chances of the characters will actually figure that out and
Yeah.
do it?
Yeah.
So, oh, it's a pretty locket. Oh, there's a graveyard. All right, let's see what's in the creepy fucking house. Let's go do that. All right, yeah, you guys, that was great. Thanks for coming out. All right, you guys, before we get out of here, we will meet the actual people behind these great characters who I almost collapsed a cave on for shits and giggles. We'll start with our... Everybody was in like hit point damage, right? Except like danger, except for Naxth, right? Or you were...
I got down to 34.
I was never really in danger.
I got down to 34.
I never dipped below 20.
Okay.
In fact, when I had 34, I still had 4 temporary hit points too.
Okay. Samson, I know you were a little dicey. Sora, I know you were a little dicey. So let's start with the fantastic people behind these characters. Let's go to Samson and tell us about Andrew.
Yeah, hey y'all. I am Andrew. I am a high school teacher from Ottawa, Canada. When I'm not playing D&D and teaching, I play a bunch of music. I'm a sax player and a keyboard player. Play in a couple bands when it is not a global pandemic, and I can.
Yay. Awesome. Like I said, everybody here, it's not their first time. You guys, just as great as the last time. Thank you guys. It just means the world to me that you guys come out and do this, because if not, I'm just some weird guys talking to himself. Let's go upstairs to our first repeat character of this. I had it worked out just in case we wanted to acknowledge this past existence. Originally, the plan was, upon success, it was going to be Palpatine's line to Anakin, "We shall follow your career with like great interest," something along those lines. I'd forgotten about the letter. I just...
Episode 1 quote. Very good.
That's right, Doug. I forgot about the letter, so I was planning to acknowledge it like in some way, in the same way that I told you ahead of the show. Just if it feels right, do it, and same thing for me. If it felt right, I was going to make the mention of it. Tim, tell us about Lauraunce. Tell us about Tim.
Right. So Lauraunce is a character that I've played in a couple of different games now. So I was really thrilled to, I really liked the backstory I created for this character. So it was fun to play with that and to have a little bit of Feywild to bounce him off of and see how that played out. But when I'm not playing Lauraunce, I am playing D&D as a dungeon master. I've actually had the pleasure of playing with Nick and Summer in a Sunless Citadel game that I'm running on my own Discord server. I don't know what much I can tell you about myself. Follow me on my Twitter if you care to follow a relatively boring person on Twitter.
You're a good follow. I was like, usually they pertain to D&D and stuff, so I'm good to go.
No, it's just because I'm retweeting you. You don't have to.
That's fine. I mean, I don't say anything exceptionally profound. Hey, I have imposter syndrome. Hey, I'm really tired from work. Ooh, influencer. All right, great. Tim, as always, man, thanks for coming by. I think you've done
a
more,
lot of fun.
I think you've done more of these than anybody Wednesday shows. So.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, I think so. Cool. Yeah, man, thanks for showing up every week and having great characters. All right, let's finish up with our first couple of GrowedUpGeek Gaming. We'll of course cater to Sora, so we will finish with her last, best for last. We'll go to her other half first. Naxth, tell us about Nick.
I am an unemployed cartographer, just using D&D as a way to kind of fill my time while I'm still looking for a job. Summer and I are living here in Tennessee. She's going to school. That's what brought us here, and we're just kind of enjoying it. We started playing D&D with a family friend last year online, and I just really love it. I love the role play. I love character building. I love the setting, and so I got really deep into it. And so I've just been trying to play as much as I can. I want to try to play every class. I want to try to play every subclass. And so these one-shots give me the opportunity to kind of expand. I've got a few campaigns going on, Tim's and a couple others. But I really like these one-shots because the stakes are really low. So it lets me go all in.
Yeah, like I said, I was like, everybody brings it up every week, but I was like, that's literally the point for you guys and for me, just because I was like, I want to see all this shit too. Especially starting next week when we get into like tier 2 and tier 3 play consistently on this show. Everybody's really going to get a chance to kind of go nuts with what their characters can do. And hey man, this is a couple fourth time for you. Also,
yeah, something like that. I was in Alcazar's Appendix. I was in last week and this one, and I will be setting up for all the ones that I can.
Okay, cool. Like I said, thanks for coming by, and and we will finish up with our most esteemed, almost dead party member. Just hung in there. Just hung in there. Sora, tell us about Summer.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of my thing, is like nearly dying repeatedly.
Can confirm.
Anyway, I am a doc student in Tennessee, and will be here forever because my program takes forever. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun getting into D&D over the last year, and really fun kind of doing this with Nick and seeing him get all nerdy and adorable. So yeah.
You're welcome for the assist, hey. Hey, set your boy up. Hey, girl, you want to watch my boy play? You want to watch my boy play D&D? Get you all hot and bothered? Yeah, you're welcome. Providing all kinds of entertainment here on the show.
Your man's famous on the internet now.
Yeah,
You know that?
So famous.
Summer, thanks again for coming. You've been great these last couple of weeks with your Greek paladin who loved Hera, and now your fighter who just hung in there. You guys have been great. Like I said, I say this all the time. Thank you guys for coming out. I am Manny at GrowedUpGeek on the social medias, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube. Like, follow, subscribe on any of those platforms. Show some support for the channel. When I'm not here on Wednesday nights, I'm here on Tuesday nights doing Twilight Malediction, our Rime of the Frost Maiden campaign. Episode 20 coming up next week. So we've been at that for a little while. This thing on Wednesday nights, 7 p.m., One Shot Wednesdays. Next week, I believe, is level 10. I think level 10 Zikram Zephyrian will be next week. So we're going to be playing some tier 2 stuff. And then for the rest of June, May and June, we're going to do Candlekeep Mysteries. July, move into Ravenloft. And then, like I said, in August, we will move on to our God of War, Attack of Mount Celestia, big kind of mini campaign. So stay tuned for all that. To my amazing players, thank you guys for showing up week after week and having this. This is a big thing to me, and I love that you guys come out. It means the world to me. To everybody who watched tonight, thank you for watching. Without us, we're just a bunch of people playing D&D, which is absolutely fine. The fact that people take enough time to watch us do it means the world to me and to us, and I can't thank you enough. So, if I don't see you Sunday for Greyhawk Lives on the Wily Hobbit Twitch channel, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. I DM that as well. Tuesday nights here for Twilight Malediction, or 1 week from today, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday nights for the next One Shot Wednesday. Until then, thanks for tuning in, and we will see everybody later. Goodbye.
See y'all later.
Night, folks.
Yeah.
Bye.
Boom. Boom. All right, we are out. How's everybody?